Good morning. I am Chair Janelle Wilkins. The date is February 26, 2026, and this begins our bill hearings for the day. The first bill that we will call up is House Bill 1247, and we are so pleased to have a former member of the House, a former chair of the Legislative Black Caucus of Maryland, and the current county executive for Prince George's County here with us. So please do come on up, Madam County Executive, and please do bring up your panel, as well as the leader of this legislation, Delegate Julian Ivey, who is presenting the bill. This bill is joint with Economic Matters, and we are joined by Delegate Lily Chi, I believe Delegate Howard, and Delegate Roberts will be joining us. And colleagues, I do have to depart for my own bill hearing, so once we open, I will have to give leave and the vice chair will take over. So we'll go ahead and get started with House Bill 1247, Prince George's County Tax Increment Financing, Extraordinary Development District Alterations, also known as the Sphere Bill. You can proceed when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Congratulations on your appointments. Members of the Ways and Means Committee, it truly is an honor to be back before the committee. I was appointed to Ways and Means back in 2019 by former Speaker Mike Bush. So I know how significant the work that you all do in this committee is. It really is an honor to be back. Today, I'm joined by Prince George's County Executive Aisha Braveboy, former Delegate Darrell Barnes, who chairs the Prince George's Planning Board. Deputy Secretary Stephen Rice is here as well, and the County Executive's leadership team to present House Bill 1247. And with the passage of this bill, the second sphere in the United States and only the third in the world will be located right here in Maryland. What exists today in Dubai and Las Vegas could soon exist in Prince George's County. At a time when Maryland families are feeling the impact of federal job losses and contracting cuts, we have an opportunity to move forward. Forward by creating jobs, forward by driving investment, forward by strengthening our economic future. This project represents momentum in the face of adversity. It represents growth at a time when we need it most. This legislation was voted out unanimously in the Prince George's County Affairs Committee, our bi-county committee, and will be formally moved tomorrow by the full delegation. I want to thank Governor Moore, our county executive, Aisha Braveboy, and everyone who helped bring us to this point. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 1247. Madam County Executive.
Okay, thank you so much to our wonderful Chair of County Affairs Committee. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee. I truly feel like this is somewhat of a homecoming. I spent a little time in this committee, not formally assigned to the committee, but had many bills in this committee. So it's great to be here with all of you. I want to especially thank my partner in all of this work, our Governor, Wes Moore, who has been with us every step of the way as we seek to advance and elevate economic development in Prince George's County. Sphere. Sphere was going to go somewhere on the East Coast, and the DMV was an attractive area. What we did was we put together the most attractive and responsible incentive package to bring this amazing immersive experience to Prince George's County and the state of Maryland. The tax increment financing, or TIF, is an essential part of the incentive package, which is why we're here today asking for your support. The TIF program was used successfully to create National Harbor originally. TIF has been used in Montgomery County and across the state of Maryland. It is a responsible way to leverage future tax dollars and only a small fraction of those while increasing the value of a specific piece of property. Sphere National Harbor is a good investment. Utilizing $170 million in public bonds, we are going to bring jobs and opportunities to Prince George's County, the state of Maryland, and the region. In that process, it will really create not just a landmark at the edge of the Potomac, but it will create a future for our children and beyond. Last week, Governor Moore and I revealed a detailed economic analysis using data from Sphere, Los Angeles, and National Harbor. Ernst & Young economists modeled the economic impact for this county and the state during the construction phase and once Sphere, National Harbor, would be operational. So that is an independent modeling that was done. The numbers were even better than we originally thought. First, I can tell you that our partners at Sphere and Peterson Companies are anxious to get started on construction as quickly as possible. They are committed to working with a diverse and local workforce. And all of those issues, the minority business inclusion, our local impact dollars, as well as local workforce agreements will be negotiated at the county level when the council considers the TIF legislation that we'll have to present to them. Once things get going, the economists, again, this is independent economist analysis, projects construction will bring $1.6 billion to Prince George's County in direct and indirect economic benefits. That number jumps to $1.85 billion statewide. Construction-related jobs at Sphere are expected to reach between 1,750 on-site jobs and 1,600 more for countywide suppliers and consumers supporting the work that's being done to create Sphere. Again, these are numbers from Ernst & Young, or EY. So again, this is an independent analysis. Total economic impact for Prince George's County, according to that analysis, is estimated at $1.3 billion annually, $1.3 billion. Once Sphere National Harbor is up and running, this includes Sphere operations and increases in local hotels, restaurants, stores, and other county venues. That number jumps to $1.5 billion statewide. And the jobs, once operational, Sphere National Harbor is projected to support 1,250 direct full and part-time positions and another 5,850 through suppliers, visitors, and induced employee spending. It's an estimated 7,100 jobs in Prince George's County and nearly 8,000 statewide. Let me wrap up quickly by saying that when my office took a look at some of the prospects that we were faced with, we're faced with the commanders preparing to leave in a few years, and Six Flags shutting down operations last November. What we needed was an opportunity to tell our residents that we were focused on growing our economy. And with this project, we will more than triple, just only in sales and use and property tax, we will more than triple what we were receiving by those two venues combined. That's an estimated $63 million just in property tax and in sales and use tax. So this is a real big deal for us. The total economic impact, again, exceeds $1 billion. But we are guaranteed to, at minimum, triple what we're currently getting. And so we're really excited about this, not just for Prince George's County, but for the entire state of Maryland, and we ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you. And I also have, when it comes time for Q&A, the DCAO for Economic Development, Tracy Benjamin, who's sort of the expert here, to answer questions that we cannot answer, but we're excited to answer questions at the appropriate time. And I don't know who's going next, is it? You want him to go, or you want to go? Up to you. Okay. Well, you're representing the governor, so we'll have you.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and committee members. I am Maryland Deputy Secretary of Commerce Stephen Rice, and I'd like to add my voice to the chorus of enthusiastic support for House Bill 1247. I'm also a proud Prince Georgian. Allowing tax increment financing for this exciting new development in Prince George's County is an investment in Maryland's future. This investment will pay off many times over in the coming years as the Sphere venue creates jobs, attracts visitors and visitor spending, and generates revenue for the county and the state. As I'm sure you're aware, a recent analysis that was just referenced by the county executive projected an annual economic impact of $1.5 billion to the state once the venue is completed, supporting more than 7,000 jobs. That's on top of a $1.85 billion statewide economic impact just during the construction phase alone. In addition to all of that, Sphere will help secure Maryland's place as a destination for world-class entertainment and experiences. We'll be in a very exclusive club, as referenced by the county executive, Las Vegas, Abu Dhabi, and Prince George's County. Maryland is already a leader in innovation and home to incredible technological advancements in quantum, aerospace, the life sciences, and other industries. Investing in the industries of the future is how we will grow our economy, increase our competitiveness, and build a more prosperous and equitable future for all Marylanders. The Sphere venue extends that investment into the tourism and entertainment space. It will create a new regional landmark and will serve as another shining example of how Maryland is focused on the future. I enthusiastically urge your support for House Bill 1247. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair Wilkins, let me just start off by saying I am so proud of you. I've watched your matriculation through this process, and to see you now as chairwoman brings me nothing but great joy. For the record, my name is Darrell Barnes. I am the chairman of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I want to say that I feel excited to be back before you all in my old committee. The Prince George's County Planning Board voted to support House Bill 1247. We have submitted written testimony as well. And let me just say that I am excited also to be beside our quarterback, our coach, our leader of the county, and County Executive Aisha Brayboy. I stand with her strong vision to transform Prince George's County and turn Prince George's County into a destination for the nation. The Spirit National Harbor has the potential to transform the entire metropolitan area. It will not only help generate much needed revenue in the county, but also create thousands of job opportunities, as she mentioned. This is not just a win for Prince George's County, but dare do I say it's a win for the state of Maryland. I do not need to tell you how important it is to align state and local government priorities by passing this legislation. Is critical to maximize our financial resources. This agreement does not put the Park and Planning Commission at risk. So on behalf of our team at the Prince George's County Planning Board, I urge this committee to vote favorable for House Bill 1247.
Thank you all. As Chair Wilkins mentioned, she did need to depart for her own bill hearing in another committee, but she wanted me to thank each of you for your time and your testimony here today. We do have a few questions for this panel, and I will start with Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me first of all say I have a request. I want to first of all thank Delegate Ivey for bringing this legislation to our attention. He too was a member of Ways and Means. And it's such a pleasure to see my former colleague, Delegate Barnes, here. and to know that you were carrying on the work that you started here with the Black Caucus, as well as now with the county. And of course, I'm very proud of the county executive, Brave Boy, for what you're doing. My request is very simple. It's a very selfish one. When I saw the announcement, the first thing I thought of, wow, how wonderful for Prince George's County and how wonderful for Charles County, your neighbor to the south. And so when you think about, and I just want to put this on record, when we think about Prince George's County, we also think about how you are helping us in terms of creating opportunities, looking at revitalization of our communities, and most of all, a way in which we can work together. Unfortunately, I don't see a letter from our Charles County Board of Commissioners, but I am sure, I can attest, on behalf of my son, Ralph Patterson, that there will be a letter of support for you in this endeavor. But seriously, I think that what you're doing is a role model, and it's an example of a county that's forward-thinking, a county that's willing to take risk. And so I applaud you openly, enviously, and I say thank you so much for what you're doing for, I know, for the state of Maryland, but also for District 28 and 27 in Charles County. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. And now our guest from Economic Matters, Delegate Shi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see our leaders from our next-door neighbor. I represent Montgomery County, so I applaud Prince George's for your aggressive pursuit of economic opportunities. And this is really a transformative project that we should all support. And I'm glad that this morning the House just passed a bill to allow non-contiguous parcels to be structured together for tax increment financing purposes. So the state is moving toward that direction. And it's too bad our chairwoman just left, because I was going to say, for the first time, Montgomery County is stepping up to do a TIF project in her district, actually. Okay. Yeah. So we are on board. So specifically, I just have one technical question. If you could explain how our current state's tax increment financing law is too restrictive to allow you to do what you do, that would be helpful.
Hello, my name is Tracy Benjamin. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. The current TIF legislation only allows the issuance of bonds for infrastructure. And what we would like to do is allow the bond issuance dollars to be used to help for the construction for Sphere. And so that's essentially all it's doing. It's just broadening the definitions of the kinds of projects that we can use with TIF financing.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. And first, I want to say I love the Sphere. Like, the one in Vegas is unbelievable. I love waking up every morning with a big smiley face staring at me. My questions is more some of the technical aspects, trying to understand the profitability piece of this, because I know the one in Vegas is hemorrhaging money, and it was a very expensive proposition. I know this one's smaller, I think 6,000 seats. I guess my questions are tied to, one, what size acts would you need to get in, and how many, to make it profitable with the P&L of the Sphere here, with the energy costs, the construction costs? Because if it's comparative to the one in Las Vegas, you would have to have big acts selling very high-priced tickets on a regular basis to make it profitable. So can you guys speak to that just a little bit?
So the Sphere in Las Vegas is 18,000 seats. This one is a third of the size, 6,000 seats. And while initially that venue was not very profitable, since it added a feature called the Wizard of Oz, which is a 4D immersive experience, they have started seeing a really great profit. The venue, as I understand, will operate every day. And so they expect 2 million visitors per year. And so according to Ernst & Young's economic impact analysis, it will more than pay for itself. and bring, like the county executive said, $63 million in tax, in income to the county.
I certainly hope this works out, and I certainly hope you guys book the Dave Matthews Band. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next, Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill to us, and Madam County Executive and the team. I'm a sixth-generation Marylander, growing up and living in Montgomery County all of my life, and I can tell you, from talking with folks since the announcement has been made, many Montgomery Countyans will be coming to the Spear. So that's the first thing I wanted to say.
Thank you.
And then the second, and it is a form of a question, considering, and we think we will pass it through the House and Senate and the governor signs, can someone give me an estimate of when the doors will actually open?
So we're looking at around a 4-year groundbreaking to ribbon cutting timeframe. And so that's possibly even before then, but certainly by then, yes.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And Delegate Roberson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and good to see you, County Executive and Delegate Ivey and Delegate Barnes. Just a quick question. One, Delegate, County Exec, which district did you represent when you were in the House of Delegates, for the record, please?
I believe it was the 25th district. However, you all redistricted me out, so I'm now in the 24th district, but the 25th is always in my heart.
Well, that was prior to me being here in the House, so it was somebody else's fault, because that never would have happened if I was here. And for the record, Delegate Barnes, which district did you represent when you were here in the House?
All day long, the 2-5.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to say, so you're not proud of me either?
I'm very proud of you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
We are all proud of you, Delegate Roberson. Okay, any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, Madam County Executive. Thank you all for your time. And we do have a few more witnesses to call. Matthew Tifo, Sylvia Johnson, Danielle White, and Alex Austin.
Just want to say,
Okay, thank you all. We were a little generous with the sponsor panel, but you all are going to have 2 minutes each for your testimony. Just want to, so whoever wants to begin, you can go ahead and get started.
I can go. My name is Danielle White. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at MGM Resorts International. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 1247. As some of you know, MGM National Harbor is a premier resort in Maryland and has generated significant revenue for the state over the 10 years that we've been here. As we approach our 10-year anniversary, we're looking over the past decade and the $112 million we've spent with Maryland businesses, $24 million with MBEs, and with our 3,200 employees, contributed over 40,000 volunteer hours to the community. In addition, we've given $2 billion to the Educational Trust Fund. Prince George's County has experienced transformative growth over the past 2 decades from the development of National Harbor, in addition to MGM National Harbor, and we are eager to anticipate the arrival of the Sphere. I won't run through the EY numbers that the county exec already referenced, but the 2 million additional visitors will be wonderful for not only our business, but the region. So in collaboration with our partners, we look forward to working for you, and we urge you favorable consideration of the bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alexander Austin, President and CEO of the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce. And we're here representing more than 800 businesses that employ 250,000 people around the region. And I stand alongside my colleagues as well as the county executive in support of HB 1247. You know, as my colleague mentioned, there's no need to go into the numbers. This project is going to be historic for our region. We think that it will deliver, the numbers are measurable, but during the construction alone, when you're talking about supplier diversity, opportunities for local businesses to participate, we see a tremendous opportunity there. That's local firms, opportunities for minority women-owned businesses to sustain economic activity that benefits the entire region. And our numbers, support this project. I also want to talk about the workforce impacts. When we're talking about gaps that we have, particularly with recession in federal government, this is an opportunity for our professional service employees, those who are without employment right now, to have an opportunity over a longer-term project and sustainability. And we are definitely in support of HB 1247.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Johnson. I'm the CEO and founder of JI Solutions. We are a health IT and biomedical consulting firm. I'm a scientist by education and training, so I do like numbers, so I will be referencing some of the numbers that Madam County Executive mentioned. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed sphere for the National Harbor Project because it's a clear benefit to both local businesses and residents. During construction, the project is projected to generate about $1.6 billion in economic impact and approximately 3,300 jobs in Prince George's County. Once operational, it's expected to produce more than $1.3 billion, I'm going to say that again because I love the number, $1.3 billion annually in economic impact, including $860 million in visitor spending at our local hotels, restaurants, retail stores, and entertainment venues. With more than 2 million visitors annually and approximately over 7,000 jobs supported through the county, the sphere would bring consistent year-round activity that strengthens small businesses like mine and impacts employment opportunities. It is also projected to generate millions in annual county tax revenue, support existing services that benefits our residents. This project represents real economic growth for our community and our residents, and we are absolutely in support of this bill. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matt Defoe here on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, Metro Washington. We are the premier voice for merit shop-based organizations and contractors and subcontractors in the DMV. With that being said, you have my written testimony. A lot of points have been made. The 2 points, the one is this is going to be a huge economic driver in the county. And then second, this job creation and workforce. We have a state-of-the-art 12,000 square foot training facility in Beltsville, literally right down the road, where we can do up to, the Craft Masters program can do up to 21 trades in apprenticeships. Recently, we were awarded $186,000 to partner with Parkdale and High Point High Schools, where we will have 11 non-CET students start their apprenticeship program on April 1st. This is just one of the many things that we are doing in the Prince George's County area to develop the workforce that is needed. So with that, I would say we would very support this bill, clean and competitive, and allow us to discuss more with the county once this bill gets forward on how we get our workforce there. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. We do have a couple more witnesses to call. Ray Baker and Samuel Epps. Good afternoon. Whoever wants to begin can go ahead and start. You'll have 2 minutes each.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Fellmark, committee, we appreciate your time. My name is Ray Baker. I'm the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building and Construction Trades. I've submitted my testimony already, and I'm here to ask for a favorable report with amendments. And now I've submitted the proposed amendments in my testimony already, so you all can feel free to look over them. In those amendments, we are looking for and would like to see labor peace agreements, as well as labor and workforce development provisions. We support this type of infrastructural development, and we, particularly the building trades, want to be the hands that build this great project that'll bring so much economic development to our state. Maryland, unfortunately, is one of the worst in the nation when it comes to wage theft. And we found that prevailing wage applications, project labor agreements, and things of the sort are best forms to help prevent that. Now, we recognize the county executive directed that a clean bill would be best and that she would like to see this work through at the county, and should it be the will of this committee, this body, and the state, that's where we will have that conversation. We're happy to engage those folks at the level of the county. But knowing that this bill is going to be the one that's going to authorize the financial purse strings, we wanted to make that appeal to you all and to bring this to light in front of this committee. And so with that, we look for a favorable a favorable report with amendments and hopes that we can have the type of labor peace agreement for the 1,750 workers who will be constructing this facility and the thousands more who will be working in it afterwards, because Maryland is a state that also supports entrepreneurship, economic development, and its workers. So we hope for a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 1247. My name is Sam Epps. I am the Secretary Treasurer of the Maryland and DC State Federation and also the President of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO. And our members are the backbone of hospitality, service, and construction industries across the state. And it is our experience without labor standards, the projects will not create quality jobs for Prince George's County. And both the state of Maryland and Prince George's County are using taxpayer money, and we would hope at this time that you would put labor standards on this, and we are in support of this bill, favorable with amendments. And so we look forward the same amendments that my colleague Ray Baker just talked about. And we look forward to working with the county executive, who has been a supporter of labor through her career in this House, all through that. And so we look forward to working with her team, and the community in Prince George's County who are interested in bringing the sphere to Prince George's County and continuing the hospitality that has happened on National Harbor. That investment has taken a long time, starting way back with Gaylord and recently with MGM. So we look forward to continuing to work with our county on this project. So thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. And I see we do have a question from Delegate Young. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For either of you, I'm not familiar with the wage enforcement laws in Prince George's County. Is it enforced by the county or the state?
Depending upon the project, Delegate, those projects that are state financed will happen there. Those at the county happen there. And I want to be clear for the record too. In no way does this intended to impugn the folks at Prince George's County, the county executive, and the council. They are excellent partners. And if this body directs us to address the workforce development questions and the workforce capacity questions at that council level, we'll be happy to work with them and engage them as see fit. But we also thought that this would be an appropriate place to raise those issues. So if it's a county finance project, then we deal with that at the county level. If it's a state finance project, then it's adjudicated at the state.
No, I get that, and certainly it's just not meant to question what's going on in Prince George's County. I just understand that, I used to do the work in Baltimore City. And so, there's challenges with it, with workload, and all of that. And so that was the impetus of my question, just to understand what that process is. Last question, is there a wage commission associated with it in the county? Or is it just done by the executive's office? Maybe if Madam Vice Chair, if you could indulge, maybe county executive help us with that answer.
Yeah. If you'd like to, you're welcome to. or if any of your team would like to, that's fine too.
I'm happy to.
Sure, you can come forward. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So for projects like this, where the county has an interest, through our Office of Procurement, we do have individuals that monitor, payment and ensuring that individuals are being paid fairly. And then if we find that there are issues we will raise that with the Office of the State's Attorney to potentially prosecute those issues. When I was State's Attorney, when those issues came to my attention, we would reach out to the job site, and oftentimes things miraculously got corrected. So we hope to continue to take an aggressive approach in ensuring that people are being paid fairly on the job, but we will work with labor, we'll work with the Sphere and any of their contractors and subcontractors to ensure that people are being paid fairly on the job.
Thank you, Madam County Exec, for stepping up and answering that question. It's a different process in the city. It's more administrative law in the city. So that nuance is just something I just wanted to get clarity on, given the testimony. Thank you for the answers, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Roberson.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Madam Chair, excuse me. I just a quick question as well. Have you all spoken to the county about this issue as well?
Yes, and it's ongoing.
Okay.
I think I meet with the county executive next week.
Okay.
Yes, so it's ongoing conversation, yes.
Okay, wonderful. I hope you all can work this out. So thank you so much. And please keep us updated as far as how those conversations go, if you don't mind, as we consider the bill. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1247. We will move on to House Bill 1080. Delegate Solomon.
I know I'm not quite as interesting as the Sphere. Sorry about that, folks. That's a tough act to follow, pun intended. For the record, colleagues, it's good to be with you again. Delegate Jared Solomon here to present House Bill 1080. This is a bill, I know we've spent a lot of time in varying forums this session talking about the impacts of, I hate to call it the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That's not the official name, or the One Big Terrible Bill, or HR 1 is its actually official designation, because the parliamentarian in the Senate struck that out. HR 1 was the Federal Reconciliation Budget Bill that's not only sort of blown a hole and really scrambled our state's tax code, but also blown a sizable hole in the state budget around investments in Medicaid and SNAP and a whole host of other really important programs that many of our residents depend on. So today, what we're going to talk about is, and I know you have a whole host of bills that are going to look at sort of various pieces of this. What happened when HR 1 passed is it made updates and extended a lot of the original tax cuts that were part of the 2017 Trump job, was it TCJA, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, excuse me, the original tax package in the first Trump administration. It updated a lot of those tax provisions, extended a lot of them, some indefinitely. But what happens is when there are significant changes made at the federal level in the tax code, they sort of automatically flow through often to Maryland and to states around the country in state tax codes. And the idea with that is obviously it is easier for folks often to just sort of check a box and file their taxes the same way at the state level as they file at the federal level. It's just much easier, makes the process smoother. And in most instances, that's really good. But again, in instances like HR 1, where there are extensions made to, and 3 of the provisions that I'm going to talk about in this bill, that really often have no place providing a state tax benefit, if we do not proactively make the decision to decouple or essentially remove the automatic enrollment and alignment of the state tax code with the changes at the federal level that obviously none of us had any input on. We spent a lot of time on the floor today hearing from some of our colleagues about how we are not the federal government, and in this instance we certainly are not, but we are directly impacted by it, and our state's revenues are. We can take a proactive step to make sure that decisions at the federal level that significantly impact state revenue, we can we can remove ourselves from those. And so there's 3 specific provisions in this bill that we address that were changed in H.R. 1 this past summer in Congress. The first is a provision that extended opportunity zones really indefinitely, and I'll get into the details of why I think we should be decoupling from that, and I know you've heard from some of your colleagues on this committee before. I want to lift up the amazing work of the Revenue Subcommittee Chair, Delegate Palakovich-Carr, who's been a champion on this issue. A provision that essentially provides a state tax break now for companies that bring back foreign-derived income. Again, if the federal government wants to do that, so be it. We shouldn't be essentially giving states or from the state coffers, giving companies a tax break for bringing back foreign income. And then the last piece is a sort of bizarre tax break that the federal government has chosen to give to banks who choose to invest in agriculture and aquaculture. A laudable goal, but as we'll get into shortly, probably something much better done through targeted grants or loans directly to those industries as opposed to a sort of trickle-down support of really large financial entities that frankly don't really need it. So in our testimony, there's specific numbers from the comptroller, and the comptroller is responsible for doing a 60-day report, 60 days after significant changes at the federal level, and that report really gets into a lot of incredibly important detail on what the impact is going to be on the revenue. The fiscal note on this bill, also some of this, it's not 100% clear, but I thought the folks at DLS did a really good job of trying to put numbers to it. We think on the whole, this bill could potentially save from Maryland, from our taxpayers and our state coffers about $20 million back into special funds and general funds, which, while not obviously going to solve the $1.5 billion deficit or shortfall that we have this year, or the tremendous costs that the state will now have to bear on Medicaid and SNAP because of the decisions at the federal level. It's a start and certainly a worthy conversation. But the testimony gets into really the details on what those numbers look like. And again, that's just on the tax side. That doesn't get into what we're seeing in the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, which actually far dwarf in some ways just the tax changes. So opportunity zones, just real quick, because I know you probably don't want to hear me talk for another 10 minutes, and I promise I will be brief. This is just a complicated bill. Opportunity zones basically they're supposed to be giving a tax break for investment in zones where they have been designated as sort of in need or in need of investment. And I think what we see, and again, this is cited throughout our testimony, and I would encourage you to read some of the weightier studies and academic papers that are linked here. It's really not. Somebody described it as almost sort of like geographic trickle down. It winds up basically going to really wealthy investors in commercial real estate who, in many instances, there's a great sort of compendium from the Brookings Institute that looked at a bunch of different reports that have been issued over the past 5 or 6 years that basically say, a lot of developers say, we probably would have done this already anyway. But if you're going to give us an additional tax break, great. And the original purpose of opportunity zones was actually to lift up the residents of these geographic areas, provide jobs, provide commercial investment into existing businesses that are there. And instead, you could make an argument that in some instances, because in a lot of instances this is going to luxury housing development, it's actually displacing the residents that this is supposed to help. It's not going to create jobs. It's not going to infuse capital into existing small businesses that are often run by people of color in low-income communities that are designated as opportunity zones. And because this program is sort of like all over the place and the IRS just does not give out data on it, we actually don't even have any data to prove that it's working or not working, right? We know what's been cobbled together, but we certainly don't have any data that shows this is doing the intended purpose. And in a lot of these academic studies, the researchers are saying, if this is working, the IRS is not sharing the data with us that would allow us to see that. So that's on the opportunity zone side. The last piece I will mention is because of, again, the coupling and the automatic pass-through of federal changes, investors in Maryland are essentially getting a state tax break for making investments in opportunity zones that aren't even in the state of Maryland. I think there's a lot of room to argue that potentially there are some tweaks and changes that we could make to the Maryland program or certain elements of the Maryland program that we might want to fine tune. And I will say I'm not wedded to any period, comma, or word in this bill. Obviously, the tax code is really complicated. If there's a better way to draft it or a better way to design this, I will leave it in your capable hands. But I think at a bare minimum, it seems very silly for Maryland taxpayers to essentially be footing the bill in a tax credit for Maryland investors who are making investors in other states. That federal level, again, none of us are serving in Congress. That's the discretion of folks in Washington, but certainly where we have the ability to control things, it seems sort of silly. So then on the foreign-derived deduction piece, that one's pretty straightforward. Again, this is essentially for large multinational companies to be able to repatriate assets back into the United States at a significantly reduced tax rate. Again, that to me seems like a pretty clear conversation to be had at the federal level, as opposed to there's no reason why the state should be additionally subsidizing companies bringing revenue back into the United States that, again, may not actually be used to invest in the state of Maryland. So that seems like a pretty clear-cut decoupling. And then lastly, as I mentioned, the piece about rural or agricultural real property investments that banks make. Again, that one seems a little bit questionable. If we want to, I think that is, again, a laudable goal. But I think there's a much more targeted way that we could work at the state level, and we already do. We have quite a number of robust programs in the Department of Agriculture, in the Department of Housing and Community Development that are specifically geared at growing that really important sector. We're having a really robust conversation in my committee around alcohol laws and, promoting small breweries and distilleries and vineyards that are, some of the largest purchasers of agricultural products. I would much rather we give that money, to support that industry that brings so many different benefits than to, again, giving money to Wells Fargo or Bank of America because they have given mortgages out, frankly, to entities that probably are already doing just fine, and that they would probably, again, be giving out anyway. So with that, I would urge a favorable report. The one last comment I will make is in our testimony, and if anybody has questions, there are a number of states that have already taken proactive steps to decouple either in previous years or considering it now. Some of this is a little hard because obviously the federal tax bill just went into effect last year. So for most state legislatures, now is the time that they are starting to take this up. So it's sort of hard to say, 15 states have already done this, because just like we are currently in session and figuring out the response to H.R. 1, our colleagues across the country are doing the same thing. So again, thank you, and would turn it over to my panel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Feldmark and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1080. My name is Michael Mazarov. I live in Silver Spring. HB 1080 would decouple Maryland's income tax law from 3 costly corporate tax giveaways in H.R. 1. The first is a permanent extension of the Opportunity Zone program that was established by the 2017 Trump tax bill, and 3 different breaks for capital gains income granted under that program. The second is a special deduction, originally called FDII, for corporate profits earned on the sale abroad of goods and services produced in the U.S., and the third is a new exclusion from gross income, 25% of the interest banks earn on loans secured by agricultural real estate. You don't have to reach a conclusion about the federal tax policy merits of these tax breaks to know what Maryland should do about them. It should decouple. Why? Because none of them are contingent in any way on the recipients conducting any of the supposedly incentivized activities within Maryland. Maryland is foregoing vital corporate and individual income tax revenue to provide tax breaks for activities that may well not be benefiting the state's economy one bit. For example, even assuming that the FDII tax break does stimulate more domestic R&D, corporations taxable in Maryland will pay reduced taxes here, even if all that R&D occurs elsewhere. That goes a long way towards explaining why 19 states, including New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, have long decoupled from it, as Maryland should have done when this giveaway was first adopted in 2018. Likewise, Maryland loses revenue when wealthy state residents or corporations taxable here roll their capital gains into Opportunity Zone funds, which invest in projects all around the country, not just those located in Maryland. It's not too late for Maryland to correct the mistake it made by more or less reflexively conforming to these tax breaks back in 2018, and I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1080.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldmark, members of the committee. My name is Christian Goebel. I serve as the Legislative and Political Coordinator with AFSCME Maryland Council 3, here today to testify in support of HB 1080. Our union represents approximately 55,000 public service workers across the state of Maryland at all levels of government, including city, county, state, and higher education. Our union is in support of a number of bills before this committee today concerning decoupling from changes in the federal tax code. You've heard Delegate Solomon and Michael address what this bill does, and I'd like to focus on why we need this legislation and other bills like it, and that is that we need to preserve our state revenue resources to address significant strains in our public services, particularly when it comes to insufficient staffing. AFSCME members across our state are struggling with high workloads due to short staffing, often in fraught work environments where their safety is on the line. For example, recent staffing analysis of our state correctional institutions has identified the need for thousands of additional correctional officers in order to safely staff our facilities. Too many of our parole and probation agents have caseloads well beyond the recommended caseload standards set by the American Parole and Probation Association. Staffing shortages extend beyond public safety roles as well. For example, the Office of the Public Defender is currently understaffed for its current workload by approximately 1,000 attorneys. Recent analysis conducted by the Maryland State Department of Education identified approximately 2,600 vacancies for school support staff, such as bus drivers, custodians, and food service workers. When public services are understaffed, it creates unsustainable workloads for existing employees, leading to burnout and turnover. These conditions directly impact members of the public and the people in the state's care, whether it's limited access to programming for incarcerated individuals, under-resourced attorneys who are serving indigent clients, or school bus routes being canceled or delayed due to staffing shortages. Individuals and families are impacted by our staffing conditions. At a time when our public services are under significant strain, we must preserve state revenue. We respectfully ask the committee to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill, and thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have one more favorable witness signed up, Christopher Cano.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Christopher Cano. I'm the Director of Political and Legislative Affairs for SEIU Local 500. And you might be asking, why does the labor union care about tax policy? Well, our members rely on a strong, stable revenue system to fund our schools, higher education, and essential public services. And we believe this bill is an important step towards restoring fairness in Maryland's tax code and ensuring that tax benefits are not disproportionately skewed towards wealthy investors and multinational corporations. The Opportunity Zone tax exclusions and certain federal corporate deductions have failed to deliver on the promised community benefits while draining our state revenue that could otherwise support classrooms, public colleges, and critical state and local services. And by requiring these federally excluded gains and deductions be added back to Maryland for tax purposes, this bill ensures that profitable entities contribute their fair share to the public good. And at a time where our state is facing ongoing staffing shortages in public education, higher ed, and government services, the state cannot afford tax policies that undermine our ability to invest in workers and their communities. This bill promotes fiscal responsibility, equity, and transparency in our tax system, and I suspect that you're going to hear a lot of those themes from me throughout the testimony and the rest of the bills today. Thank you for your time, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. And moving to unfavorable, we have Tom Cole.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of Ecfora Capital. Ecfora Capital is a biotechnology investment firm that I refer to my client, Dr. Deborah Hemingway, who runs that firm, as Maryland's biotech ambassador across the country. And we're really only here about the Opportunity Zone provision in this bill. The testimony in favor of this bill was very compelling, and I agree with most of it. I just want to note that capital, and you've heard this before, capital is mobile. And while many of us might have issues with the Opportunity Zone program, that Opportunity Zone program is national. And with the recent budget bill, opportunity zones have been constrained. They're not as broad as they were before. Zones are going to be redesignated. But when my client is out trying to solicit investments in Maryland's small biotech firms, and that's a hard phrase to maintain because you don't get to be a small biotech firm for long. You go out of business if you're a biotech firm and you remain small too long. She's going to get dollars and competing with other states across the country. We have Johns Hopkins University here in Maryland, and many of our businesses, after starting up out of Hopkins, are going to other states. And they're going to other states because of access to capital. And so while I have no comment on the other provisions of the bill, I would just recommend this committee, to the extent you are looking to dismantle Maryland's participation in the Opportunity Zone program, study it first, because my client is terrified about what this bill would do to her business model. She does not think she would be able to compete anymore, or that Maryland would be able to compete anymore in bringing those investment dollars to Maryland if we were to decouple Maryland's tax treatment from the federal tax treatment as it relates to Opportunity Zones. So that is our only objection. So with that, we would ask unfavorable, at least for that provision of the bill.
Impeccable timing. Thank you.
I tried my best.
Any questions for this witness? Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cole, for being here. So I just want to, I guess, get some clarification. So is the nexus, I guess, between your client and Opportunity Zones the Opportunity Zone enhancements on perhaps the BITC credit, or is it some other mechanism that you're referring to?
So the BITC enhancements came after the Opportunity Zone. So the city garage is a good example of when Opportunity Zones are going well, because that community was created and it's actually performed so well, it no longer qualifies as an Opportunity Zone. But if you were to tour City Garage right now and see all of the small businesses that, because they were located there, were eligible not only for all the benefits Opportunity Zones, but then afterwards this legislature saw fit to add those enhancements onto it, that is the power of what it can do. So my client is obviously appreciates the enhancements of the BITC, but also takes advantage of the Opportunity Zone itself when soliciting investments.
Okay. I'm trying to formulate a follow-up question on the fly in regards to that. So,
and I'm trying to understand my client's model well enough to answer your questions.
okay, so what is the mechanism that, I guess, a biotech company is receiving investments through the Opportunity Zone funds? Because my understanding is that these are dollars that are going into, say, redevelopment for building of buildings. So is it for the facility or is it for something else?
It is for the facility, so it covers capital investments. So biotechnology companies require specialized, lab space and buildings and the like in order to build them. But she is also able to leverage the Opportunity Zone itself. And this, I'm going to have to follow up with you, Delegate, if I may, about how it goes into the actual entity, but it also helps for the investments into the entities themselves, and that might be the biotech, the BITC enhancement.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm still missing a piece of what how the money is directly flowing, because my understanding of the Opportunity Zone program is that the money, the federal tax breaks are going to investors in the fund, not directly to, say, companies. But I think maybe what you're trying to say is this is about the capital that's available?
So I'm saying it's one and the same. And listen, I don't necessarily want to be here talking about those that have the money to invest in those firms, but I will say that the firms that Dr. Hemingway is helping to solicit investments from, she needs to make it as attractive as possible to get those investments and get those investors into those businesses. So those businesses benefit in sort of a secondary capacity from being in a favorable investment environment.
Okay. I guess maybe this will be my last bite at the apple. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being indulgent. When I worked on this issue a few years ago, I think one of the things that really caught my attention is that with Opportunity Zones, there isn't really a way for a state to limit either the tax breaks for the investors to, say, funds that are either located in or investing in their state, that the money and those state tax breaks then really are going nationally. So I think there was at least one state, perhaps more from my recollection, that tried to do a limitation, but that was struck down as violating the Interstate Commerce Clause. And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know all the details on that either. But I think that has been one of the concerns in the past is that if we stay coupled on this piece, that we are investing money, state tax dollars, into investments that could go into other states. So I don't know if you have a response to that or if you'd like to follow up on that piece, but I think that's where I'm still struggling a bit.
And I will say, as it relates to that component, and again, I don't know about the court cases that have addressed this, but I can tell you, my client would be happy with anything that would encourage and even funnel more investments into Maryland. And if this bill, as it proceeds, if that's something that you're able to do, we're all in favor of that. It's simply a matter of, is Maryland going to be able to compete when an investor is looking where to put its dollar, whether that is next to Johns Hopkins or next to MIT, where Massachusetts has not decoupled, and they've got biotechnology incentives, $50 million a year over there. We're doing our best here in Maryland, but this, based off of my client's experience, would make it much harder for Maryland businesses that are targeting investors. But I will follow up with you, Delegate, if that's okay.
Okay, any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1080. Next up, House Bill 1035, Delegate Fisher.
Great. Good afternoon, esteemed Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Delegate Mark Fisher for House Bill 1035, titled Income Tax Subtraction Modification Overtime Compensation. The bill establishes an income tax subtraction modification modeled on the federal deduction for qualified compensation as enacted under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The bill takes effect July 1, 2026, and basically just follows the One Big Beautiful Bill. The purpose of the bill is very simple. As people work more, the idea, and that is to say overtime, the idea is to keep more. Electricity prices are increasing, the cost of living is increasing, and people are working overtime to be able to compensate. And the purpose of the bill is, well, let's not tax them anymore when they're trying to work just to pay those bills. Likewise, on electricity bills, about 30% of your electricity bills are taxes. So we shouldn't be taxing people when they're working overtime. That includes law enforcement, just so that they can be able to pay their bills. So the bill is principled, it makes sense, it's nonpartisan. You keep more of the money that you earn. Kind of common sense, at least that's where I come from. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. Any questions for this bill's sponsor? Okay, thanks for coming to Ways and Means.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Take care. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1035. Next up, House Bill 905, Delegate Roberts, welcome back.
Thank you, committee. Good to be back here 2 days in a row. It's almost like I'm back on the committee. So Vice Chair Feldmark and esteemed members of the Ways and Means Committee, for the record, I'm Delegate Denise Roberts, and I am here today to present House Bill 905. So before discussing the bill itself, I want to acknowledge the opposition that has been submitted. We have carefully reviewed those concerns and are already working with our cross-file, Senator Charles, on sponsor amendments to make the bill workable in practice. Those amendments include establishing a materiality threshold so minor purchases are excluded, phasing in implementation and aligning it with the comptroller's system modernization, allowing agencies and institutions to rely on existing data sets where compatible, providing simplified reporting options for small vendors, and ensuring only aggregated information is publicly released to protect confidential business information. With that context, I want to explain what this legislation does. So HB 905 creates a uniform reporting framework so the state can understand how public dollars are circulating through Maryland's economy. Each year, recipients of state and local government funding and vendors paid with public dollars would report limited information to the comptroller, including where the work is performed, whether the business is in state or out of state, workforce size, and minority business enterprise status. The comptroller then compiles a single statewide report for the General Assembly. Right now, when lawmakers ask for data and basic questions about the impact of public spending, we frequently cannot get clear answers because information is collected inconsistently, it's not tracked in a usable format. We know how much money we spend, but we cannot reliably measure where the economic benefit lands. The result is that decisions about economic development, procurement policy, and participation goals are frequently made using partial information. Public procurement is one of the state's largest economic drivers, yet we do not have a comprehensive picture of whether taxpayer dollars are strengthening Maryland businesses, supporting local jobs, or leaving the state entirely. The practical value of HB 905 is this. If spending in a particular industry consistently leaves Maryland, the state can respond with workforce training, supplier development, or outreach to local firms. If participation goals are working, we will be able to confirm that. And if they are not, we can identify where the barriers exist. The administrative concerns raised in opposition are implementation questions, not necessarily policy objections. And the amendments I mentioned earlier address those issues directly by focusing reporting only on significant transactions and allowing time for agencies and vendors to adapt. Ultimately, this legislation gives the state a clearer understanding of how public spending affects Maryland workers, businesses, and communities. That information allows future policy to be grounded in facts rather than estimates, and for those reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 905. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any questions for our bill sponsor? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have another witness, Carrington Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carrington Anderson here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in respectful opposition to the bill as drafted. We do really appreciate the comments from the sponsor. I think we would like to see those amendments because it sounds like some of those amendments would address county concerns. Some of our concerns are given the volume of transaction, a significant percentage of funds that counties get come from the state. And so we are already subject to mandatory audits there. And so we support transparency. We support accountability with those mandatory audits. We think we are doing that. So again, happy to work with the sponsor to see if those address our concerns as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? Okay, please keep us posted as those conversations continue. Thank you. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 905. Next up, House Bill 903, and we have Josh Paper on behalf of Delegate Jones.
Madam Chair, may I bring up my panel?
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. As Madam Chair said, my name is Josh Paper. I'm Delegate Dana Jones' Chief of Staff. She is not here today as it is DDA Day, and so she is over in the joint hearing room for that hearing. Today I'm introducing House Bill 903, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Donations to Food Banks and Other Charitable Entities. And the purpose of this bill is to establish a very similar $1,000 subtraction modification that this committee passed for diaper banks donations originally in 2021 and then was extended in 2024. Excuse me. The intent is to help address the need that we're seeing across the state at food banks and to help incentivize private donations to address that growing need. According to the Maryland Food Bank, 1 in 3 Marylanders are at risk of food insecurity. And a significant percentage of Marylanders are facing financial struggles that prevent them from being able to afford their basic needs. Over the last year, we've seen some developments that have only exacerbated that. Federal cuts in H.R. 1, federal layoffs, as well as the 43-day shutdown late last year exacerbated that need. And the shutdown kept over 260,000 Maryland federal workers without pay, and SNAP's temporary halt worsened that problem further for another 680,000 Marylanders. Food banks at that time rose to meet the challenge, finding ways to serve greater need with fewer resources. Although federal and state funding are essential to the work of Maryland food banks, private support is equally vital to their continued success. Private support is, again, like I said, is especially important as rising costs have impacted food banks as well, while sources of funds have diminished. HB 903 would serve as a critical tool for Maryland to help incentivize those private donations, like I said, and shift some of the need off of both federal and state governments while providing a small but meaningful incentive to increase donations for the most essential products that Marylanders rely on. I'm especially grateful, and Delegate Jones is especially grateful, to have the support of the amazing Anne Arundel County Food Bank, who you'll hear from shortly. And she's also proud to be partnering with Senator Paul Quarterman as a cross-file in the Senate. And with that, on her behalf, I respectfully urge the committee to move forward with HB 903.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Vice Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Leah Paley. I'm the CEO of the Anne Arundel County Food Bank. And for over 40 years, our organization has provided critical resources, including baby and food supplies, to Anne Arundel County residents experiencing food insecurity at no cost through our extensive network of partners. And I'm here today on behalf of Anne Arundel County Food Bank to encourage you to support House Bill 903. According to Feeding America's most recent Map the Meal Gap report, roughly 1 in 8 Marylanders, including 1 in 6 children, are considered food insecure. I'll put it for you a different way. That means over 900,000 residents of our state have limited, uncertain access to adequate, nutritious food that is required for a healthy, active life. As federal benefits like SNAP are reduced through expanded work requirements and even eliminated for some people, including refugees and those granted asylum, demand on food banks and pantries continues to rise. We're seeing this firsthand in Anne Arundel County. Since October, when several of those SNAP changes went into effect, we have been serving 23% more people than we were last year. And today, our network is reaching over 52,000 individuals each month. Individual donors are critical to our ability to respond. Their contributions allow us to purchase food when donated supplies are insufficient, fill gaps with culturally appropriate items, expand our reach, and scale to meet demands like what we saw last fall. HB 903 is a win-win-win in our minds. It encourages charitable giving, helps ease pressure on state resources, and supports the sustainability of food banks providing essential services to Marylanders in need. And this targeted tax incentive will help food banks, including ours, address increasing need while continuing to serve families across the state. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I strongly urge a favorable report on this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Looks like we have a question from Delegate Ebersol.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The fiscal note's a little oblique about how much one might expect, and it's a lot to ask of you also, because if they can't do it, it's a lot to. Has anyone made an estimate of what a program like this might end up resulting in as far as tax revenues being decreased in the state?
Yeah, so in the 2024, I think it was HB 90, HB 490, for the extension of the very similar $1,000 subtraction modification for diaper bank donations. I believe they said it was approximately $250,000 a year impact. Now that's obviously assuming that it's going to be adopted and used to the similar extent that it was for that 3-year period where they were looking at it after originally enacted, but that's the best guess we have right now.
That gives us some kind of baseline, so thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Wims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of us on this committee are also members of the Veterans Caucus. So I wanted to ask the lady from the food bank, have you seen an increase or you would tell from veterans families that are coming to get food?
Yeah, thank you for that question, especially during the shutdown and being in Anne Arundel County and being so close to Fort Meade. We saw a tremendous number of individuals, both at our mobile pantry distribution as well as through our network of partners, showing up. One of my colleagues shared that there were folks in their fatigues in line to get food at our mobile pantry distribution, several who had at that point missed a paycheck and were living paycheck to paycheck. And so those services really did make a tremendous difference for them at that time.
That is a shame, but thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much for the bill and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is Susan Allen here? Wonderful. Welcome. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, my name's Susan Allen. I'm a member of St. Anne's Church just down the street, and I am representing Maryland Episcopal churches in the state of Maryland. So why are we supporting this tax bill? Because the most joyful work that our congregations do is provide food for people. It is joyful. It is our best ministry. But we are scared because our president during the State of the Union said that 2.4 million Americans are going to be thrown off their SNAP benefits. And you ask about veterans. Veterans are going to be very hard hit by the work benefits that are going to be, or the work requirements. And it's not only veterans, it's homeless. It's the homeless people, and my church started the Lighthouse Homeless Shelter here in Annapolis, and many of our churches are supporting this. So please, we need a tool like this to help our members increase their tax deductible contributions to food banks and other 501c3s. Please, I'm begging you, pass this bill out of committee, cross it over so we can begin to work with the Senate on seeing that this very important charitable tax deduction is part of our income tax code. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. And that concludes our hearing on House Bill 903. Next up, House Bill 1149. Delegate Young.
Madam Vice Chair, can you call my panel, Ms. Tillman?
Absolutely. We can.
Greetings, colleagues. I do not have AI bills before you today. A little more serious today. Greetings, colleagues. Madam Chair is not here, Madam Vice Chair, colleagues. Delegate Young here for House Bill 1149, State Finance Claims of State Settlement. I want to thank, first off, my co-sponsor who made this a bipartisan piece of legislation, our colleague Delegate Hornberger. He and I were together at a function this interim where we learned about this issue. And together, I think we agreed that this was a low-hanging fruit opportunity for our state to, first and foremost, raise revenue, be more pro-business, and to do so without raising any taxes or fees. Essentially, what we're going to do with this bill, hopefully, is to make our tax collection system a bit more efficient in a way that's going to help all of our Maryland residents. Here's the issue. Under an antiquated Maryland law from 1884, a taxpayer must wait at least 2 years after a tax debt is in arrears before they can apply for an offer in compromise. An offer in compromise is an agreement that allows a taxpayer to resolve their tax liability with the state for lower than the amount that they originally owed. This 2-year wait period is not a requirement on the federal level. It's also not a requirement in the 38 other states that have an offer and compromise program. And this program was created back in 1884 for the purposes of helping Marylanders be able to settle their debt. But back then, things moved a bit slower, as you can imagine. And today, we know that our tax burdens on, as everything's prices is rising, the tax burden on our residents are also rising. So again, some of the challenges: delayed revenue for the state. The state has to wait 2 years to even try to collect on debt that could have been settled much sooner. In some cases, the debtor's financial situation may even worsen during this period, making it harder for the state to collect. Uncertainty for debtors. Individuals and businesses with outstanding claims are left in a state of financial limbo for 2 years. This could impact their ability to get loans, start businesses, manage their finances, and just live life. And then, of course, there's this administrative efficiency. The Comptroller's Office is forced to carry these claims on their books for 2 years, even when it's clear that a settlement is the most viable option. Let me give you a quick example. A self-employed individual faces an unexpected medical emergency, causing them to fall behind on their state income taxes. They want to settle their debt through an offer and compromise, but because of the 2-year wait period, they're stuck. The debt continues to accrue, the interest and penalties accrue, making it even harder for them to recover financially. Meanwhile, as you all know, as we all know, the state spends resources on the collection of these efforts. The state's financial situation continues to suffer, and a debt that could have been settled. With the passage of 1149, House Bill 1149, this individual could apply for an offer and compromise immediately, resolve their debt, and get back to being a productive, tax-paying member of society. I want to talk to you really quickly about the fiscal note. You'll see that the fiscal note has what looks like a $500,000 potential increase in state revenues. It's my argument that is a floor, that is a conservative estimate merely because you just don't know how many people might take advantage of the program. But I also want to lift up a few things from the Comptroller's budget analysis. The first is that we are collecting more of our delinquent tax burden than ever before. We are collecting, I think it's $594 million, which is up. And a part of that is because of improved efficiency at the Comptroller's office and staffing. But what's also true is that the amount of taxpayers that are in arrears has more than doubled since 2021. I think it says that from the Comptroller's budget analysis in 2026, that we have increased delinquent individual income tax cases by 301 accounts, which is a 110% increase from 2021 to 2024. With last year, we had, in fiscal 2025, 583,850 accounts in delinquency, amounting to over $3 billion in delinquent tax revenue that we could be seeking to collect. So I'm going to just conclude by saying that I think this is good policy. By deleting 5 words from the tax code and including the word "is," we can theoretically allow the Comptroller to exercise her discretion, as she already does, but to do so more quickly to the benefit of our residents and the businesses within the state. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members for listening. I urge passage of House Bill 1149.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sakina Tillman, and I am an assistant professor and director of the tax clinic at the University of District of Columbia David A. Clark School of Law, where I represent low-income taxpayers in Maryland and the District of Columbia with tax disputes with the IRS and state tax agencies. I am testifying today in favor of House Bill 1149 with amendments. Under current law, individuals with tax liabilities or other debts owed to Maryland must be in arrears for at least 2 years before becoming eligible for the offer and compromise. This program is designed to allow settlements of debt when full repayment will create financial hardship. of the 27 states and District of Columbia that offers this type of agreement, Maryland is the only one that imposes a mandatory 2-year waiting period. The statute does not clearly define arrears, leaving individuals and their tax professionals to interpret vague terms and guess when eligibility starts. In my experience, the 2-year waiting period creates a significant obstacle for taxpayers who are genuinely trying to resolve their tax debt. For many, an offer in compromise may be the only realistic path to tax compliance. I support the removal of the 2-year waiting period. This allows the state to resolve debt sooner, and according to the fiscal note, as Delegate Young said, may increase the state revenue by $500,000. My proposed amendments would include defined claims, clarify claims that are excluded under the statute, revise subsection B to read, subject to the limitations in this section, the comptroller may settle a claim of the debt that is past due. These amendments reduce ambiguity and provide clearer guidance for taxpayers. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Delegate, for the bill, and thank you for your testimony. We'll start with the co-sponsor, Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Fantastic bill. I want to talk a little bit about, repealing this anachronistic provision. And to the gentlelady from UDC, fellow graduate, go Firebirds.
Yeah.
If someone finds themselves in this situation, fees are piling up, they're non-compliant, they could be looking at wage garnishments, there's all sorts of terrible things that can happen in that 2-year period. How does passage of this bill allow them to become compliant, be put on a payment plan, for example, as opposed to just being stuck in this financial purgatory?
Yes. So what typically happens when someone is interested in an offer in compromise, but they can't apply due to the 2-year waiting period, they will reach out to the comptroller and ask for a hardship. That hardship can last up to 1 year and is based on your finances at their current time.
Okay.
And then after the hardship, then you can get into a payment plan. The issue is that some taxpayers don't have the means to pay monthly amounts to the comptroller to pay the debt off in full. And so we, if the House supports this bill, then that means that the moment that the taxes are done and there is a notice that says that this is a bill that's past due, they can immediately apply for the offer in compromise.
I see. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One more thing, Ms. Tillman is your classmate. She's also my classmate from the University of Baltimore School of Law.
Nice.
So there's that. You didn't know that?
Yep.
Thank you. Delegate Polakovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill. So I have some questions really just because this is a new subject for me, so I'm trying to understand. So this would apply to both individuals and, say, corporate tax returns?
That is the intent of the bill. The original legislation, when it was passed in 1884, did not contemplate income tax because income tax didn't exist. But in 1985, it was all rolled in to include the personal income tax. So we would anticipate that we would want it to apply to both.
Okay. And do you have any sense, might have missed it, maybe it was in the fiscal note, but do you have any sense right now of how many taxpayers are able, once they've waited the 2 years, to get a settlement with the comptroller's office?
I may have that. Give me a moment with your indulgence.
Sure.
I got some information from the comptroller's office. Let me tell you what, let me follow up with you offline on that. I just don't have it in front of me, but I may have that answer for you.
Okay, yeah, and I think the other piece I'd be curious about is if the comptroller's office has provided this, is like, what is a typical settlement look like? Do they, either for, I guess orders of magnitude, not necessarily like percentage of the debt owed, but are we talking these people who don't owe that much, or is it large amounts? I'm just trying to get some context of, the types of taxpayers that are currently getting impacted. But we can definitely follow up.
Yes, and to clarify, I found what I was looking for, and it does not include an answer to your question, so we will follow up on that.
Okay, any other questions for this panel? All right, if not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think do we have one other witness, Jonathan Riblin?
I didn't know you were here, Jonathan. I would have brought him up.
Okay. All right. 2 minutes whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Delegate Young and Delegate Hornberger and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. My name is Jonathan Rivlin. I'm a CPA in public practice. My office is in Owings Mills. This is now my 28th tax season. I see firsthand what happens to taxpayers when they fall behind in their taxes. It is devastating. Think of it this way. Every dollar they make to pay back tax triggers new tax. It's very hard to dig out of the hole once you're in it. I think it's a bad system that allows that to happen in the first place. And this bill, while it can't solve that entire problem, it's certainly a very good step in the right direction. I'd like to make a couple of quick arguments in support of it and then give you a real-world case study. When a person owes debt, tax it to the state, they also owe even larger debt to the IRS, and they have limited resources to settle those debts. I'll just be blunt because of time here. Removing this 2-year limit would give the state a bite at the apple, to use that phrase. Looking more favorably, I believe that the state should be incentivized for helping people get back on their feet, as Delegates Young and Hornberger mentioned. Like getting people into a position where they can rebuild their lives will then give them the chance to build businesses, get gainful employment, earn more revenue, which is more tax revenue for the state. Everybody wins. Closing that up, I would just say it's better to get a piece of something than all of nothing. The real world case right now, I'm working with one of our fellow Marylanders who had a mental health crisis and fell behind significantly. And when faced with the magnitude of his taxes, had a suicide attempt. Now, we just submitted offer and compromise to the IRS and to the state, and that's where I found out about the 2-year limitation, because even though I'm up to date on my laws, I don't know about the 1884. The state of Maryland rejected it. So just in closing, I just want to ask, is this really what we want to incentivize? Suicide is the only practical way out of a tax debt. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1149. Next up, House Bill 455. Delegate Miller. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, I am Delegate April Miller, representing District 4, and I am here to present House Bill 455, the Opting In on Opportunity Act. I want you to take a moment to reflect on yesterday's education hearings. How many times did you hear a proposal and think, that is a fantastic idea for our schools? Whether it was critical language development, financial literacy, life-saving swim courses, or expanded multi-language learner programs, the ideas were there. Think back to last week, last month, civics education, students' well-being, specialized transportation. Year after year, our colleagues bring bill after bill designed to improve the educational landscape of their community and empower our students. And what are they told? We hear the same refrains. We can't mandate curriculum. That supplants local control. We don't have a certification program for that. We lack the technology or transportation to make it accessible. And of course, the most frequent answer of all, there is no funding. We see the same struggle in the direct requests from our schools. They are crying out for literacy and math coaches, intensive tutoring, special education interventions, and behavioral and health support. They want to advance our community schools and expand the consortium, but the budget reality hits a wall. When my own delegation met this year with our school system, they clearly told us they no longer have the funds to innovate education in Frederick County because the blueprint is so prescriptive and does not allow the flexibility. I have a very real, tangible solution to make these goals a reality. House Bill 455 asks the governor to opt in to the Maryland Federal Education Tax Credit Program. Now, I want to be very clear about what this program is and isn't. It is not a voucher program. It is not public dollars, and the amount of Maryland taxes paid is not impacted at all, and neither is the amount of funding for public schools. It is not a subsidy for the wealthy. It does not result in a loss of local control, and this is not a battle between private and public schools. And an individual absolutely cannot specify which student, even their own, receives a scholarship. This is about opportunity. It's about opting into millions of dollars in private nonprofit investment to support our public school students, closing the gap between a great idea and a funded reality. States have to opt in. The SGOs are designed by the state, MSDE, and the comptroller. They must be a 501c3 public organization and can't be a private foundation. They must maintain a separate fund for these contributions, and 90% of the income from the scholarship funding has to go to our students. They must award scholarship to no fewer than 10 students who attend more than one school, and they must have the capacity to verify income and ensure scholarship recipients meet the eligibility requirements. To qualify to receive a scholarship, a student must be enrolled in public or private K through 12 education program and live in a household that does not exceed 300% of the area's median gross income in the calendar year prior to the date applying for the scholarship. And that is a fairly high threshold in Maryland. The qualifying educational expenses are not limited to tuition, transportation, tutoring, school supplies, educational equipment, computers, internet access, and special needs services. Donors are unable to earmark qualified contribution for particular student recipients. Residents of non-participating states are eligible to receive the tax incentives for charitable donations to organizations in other states. But students in the non-participating state may not receive a scholarship. So I want to bring this to real practical terms. That was a lot of information, so I want to bring it very practical for you. We've done a lot of focus on reading, the science of reading. Orton-Gillingham is a tutoring program for struggling readers. So if you loved reading, and you chose to donate your $1,700 tax credit to a nonprofit that focuses on dyslexia, they could provide that Orton-Gillingham tutoring to students at a public school. We all know where the math scores are in Maryland. So if math is your passion, you could donate your $1,700 to a scholarship granting organization that provides math tutoring for struggling middle school students that were severely hit by COVID. It could provide financial literacy for our high schoolers, or that swim curriculum that we heard about, certification, special education services, after-school STEM program, ag education. The only limits they have are to stay within the federal and state guidelines. So let's take ag education, of which I had a bill yesterday about. If just 700 individual taxpayers believe in the benefits of FFA for our students, an SGO for ag education would have $1 million for Maryland FFA. For my Sibyllesville students that were at our public charter school up in Sibyllesville, which is way up in the mountains, at a school that had to close because we had low enrollment, now has over 300 students on their waiting list for the public charter school. We could provide transportation if they had an SGO to be able to do it. So when a SGO provides a scholarship for a struggling student, it effectively creates a mobile community school around that child. So if a student's local school isn't yet one of the 557 projected community schools, House Bill 455 ensures they don't have to wait until 2027 or beyond for the resources they need today. Critics are going to say this takes away from public systems. The data says otherwise. I recently spoke with an established SGO. 5 out of every 6 calls they receive are individuals wanting to contribute their tax dollars to their local public schools. The resources follow the student, not just the zip code. It allows these local nonprofits and public school foundations to become the SGOs, keeping Maryland dollars in Maryland to serve Maryland kids. A community school model is rooted in the perspectives of the community, and if the parents in that community have the power to choose the environment that best serves their child's academic needs, that can be the public school. And most of the time, for 87% of our families, it is. So we're not competing with the blueprint. We are amplifying it. We're saying that wraparound shouldn't stop at the schoolhouse door, and it should wrap around every child in the state. And the blueprint's vision that is currently limited by physical walls of our schools doesn't have to exist that way. We have a bridge to be able to reach every child. And so you might ask me, and I appreciate your indulgence, this is a very, very kind of complicated topic, and I really appreciate the indulgence. What happens if we don't opt in? If we do not opt into this program, Maryland taxpayers, myself, I love reading, you know that, I love academics. I can donate my $1,700, which will be millions and millions of dollars in aggregate. I can donate it to West Virginia, Tennessee, students in Georgia, Ohio, Virginia, Mississippi. Any of the students in those states that have already opted in will be beneficiaries of Maryland taxpayer dollars. Do you know who will absolutely not benefit if we do not opt in? Maryland students. And if only 30% of Maryland taxpayers participate, that would be $550 million. That could be the cost estimates loss for Maryland not opting in. And we will be saying that Maryland is actually only about equity for some, not all, and that a student's zip code should determine their destiny. And the size of their parents' wallets open the door to access and services. And I know that that is not what we are about as a state. Thank you. Thank you for that time. Thank you. Do you want to go first? Sure. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. My name is Michelle Minicozy, Development Director at St. Mary's Riken High School in Leonardtown. As a registered Democrat and an education professional with more than 3 decades of experience working to make appropriate education accessible for students facing financial and learning challenges, and someone who believes deeply in the importance of education, I respectfully urge your support of House Bill 455. This proposal does not divert a single dollar from Maryland Public Schools. It does not alter the blueprint. It does not reduce state aid formulas. It leverages federal tax credits, not Maryland's general fund. There's no negative fiscal impact on public education funding. Children in public schools will benefit by receiving assistance for services and supports, including therapies, specialized instruction, required materials, transportation, expenses that often fall directly on working and underserved families. It's important to look carefully at the data. According to MSDE's 24-25 enrollment reports, approximately 87% of all Maryland students attend public schools, while 13% attend non-public schools. For every 300 donors, we can estimate the $1,700 federal tax credit generates over $500,000 in scholarship funding. If just one person for each of Maryland public school students participates, it will generate more than $1.5 billion to help Maryland public school families cover out-of-pocket educational expenses. Eligibility is limited to households earning under 300% of area median income, ensuring the program prioritizes middle-income, working-class, and underserved households. If Maryland declines to opt in, our taxpayers' money will fund scholarships in other states. Maryland families will subsidize opportunity elsewhere while receiving none of the benefits here.
I respectfully wrap up. Thank you.
Ask you to support this bill.
Thank you.
You did great.
Thank you. Okay, whoever wants to go next.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 455. My name is Chris Palumbi, and I work in education, where I've taught computer science, and I've also spent 17 years coaching boys and girls ice hockey. And I've seen firsthand how supportive environment that meets each child's needs unlocks confidence, achievement, and success. Every learner is different, and every student deserves access to the tools that help them succeed. When I've taught computer science, I quickly learned that students absorb information in different ways. Some are visual learners who need diagrams and flowcharts. Some are auditory learners who understand best through explanation. And others are hands-on learners who only grasp concepts when they can test, experiment, and debug codes themselves. And programming makes this very obvious too. Two students can sit in the same class, hear the same lesson, and one understands immediately while the other needs a different approach. And that doesn't mean one's less capable. It means they learn differently. And House Bill 455 recognizes that reality. It would allow Maryland to opt into the Federal Education Tax Credit Scholarship Program that provides a dollar-for-dollar federal tax credit up to $1,700 for donations to scholarship organizations to help students access these educational resources such as tutoring, therapies, specialized instruction, tuition, and many more. This is a federal opportunity that Maryland must opt into our families to benefit. If Maryland does not opt in, Maryland students will not be able to access this private funding. This bill does not divert existing Maryland education funding and does not require new state spending. It simply allows our Maryland students to access private donations to support learning goals and their needs. And again, I've seen students with different learning needs thrive when they receive the right supports. And many students, including those on IEPs or specialized learning needs, require these many services. And for some families, those supports are financially out of reach. This program can help bridge that gap, whether a student remains in public schools or needs supplemental services beyond what is currently available. Support for these federal resources have already been opted into in 27 states. Colorado Governor Jared Polis even said that it is an immense opportunity and that for Colorado not to participate, the state would be leaving millions of federal dollars on the table that could help children. If you truly believe every student deserves a chance to succeed, then a favorable report on this bill is worth taking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute in strong support of 455. For many black families in Maryland and under-resourced neighborhoods across our state, there is a noticeable gap. But the gap is not in how much our parents love our children. It's not in how much we believe in their potential. The gap is in options. Too many moms and dads know that their children are struggling in a school that is not the right fit academically, socially, or for their special needs. And they also know that there is a better environment out there, but because of tuition or transportation, it's put completely out of reach. Well, 455 is about making sure that those families are not locked out of opportunity simply because of their bank account or their zip code. This bill does something simple, but it's important and powerful. It tells MSDE to certify qualify organizations starting in 2027. Maryland families can benefit from this newly passed law. And then it helps the comptroller put a clear guidance online so that ordinary taxpayers, not just us with accountants, can use this credit when they donate to a scholarship granting organization that helps our kids. As been stated before, it's so important. 455 does not cut a single dollar from the blueprint, doesn't remove a single dollar from public school formulas. Not a state voucher, not a state tax credit. It simply opens the door so that you and I can put our money where our mouth is, to the tune of even if 15 or 30% of us contribute upwards of $500 million on the table for Maryland families. Our kids are desperate to try to rise to the occasion. We need to trust their parents with their choice and walk through this door that is open to us. It's a modest measure of choice for financial help, and we'll be able to watch our kids rise to the occasion. Support 455.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate, for the bill, and thank you all for your testimony. We do have a few questions already. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm understanding this correctly. All it does is create a federal tax credit, or you're able to shield it at the federal level. Doesn't pass through and change Maryland's tax code or eliminate. From what the fiscal note says, this isn't going to cost us any money, essentially, other than the implementation cost. I think it's around $100,000 they estimate MSD would spend a year to monitor the organizations to make sure it's being spent correctly in compliance. It doesn't cost any revenue to the state of Maryland. Is that accurate?
Correct. That's accurate.
And you said 27 other states have opted into this. Does that include neighboring states of ours? It looks like Virginia and West Virginia.
West Virginia, yes.
So 2 of our 4 neighboring states have already adopted the program. And I think it's important to understand the expenditure of the resources. When you make these federally deductible contributions, the money can come back for public schools. So my son goes to a public school. It could come back and say, hey, we want to fund, it's a community school actually, which I like. And the community school concept involves, as we all know, a lot of after-school activities, bringing folks in to provide mental health care support services, family helps, all those kind of things. Those things could be paid for with this money, so we wouldn't have to use taxpayer money to do it directly.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, so if you think about Frederick County as an example, a microcosm of the state, which of course we always think of Frederick County like that, but we have the city, which is the center, and that's the focus of a lot of our community schools that have a lot of the advantages that your son is able to enjoy. However, the rest of Frederick County in the more rural areas, most of those do not have any community schools designation. They are also not weighted in the formula of the blueprint. So they are severely lacking in resources that this program would be able to provide them so that we can have all of our students at a community-type school.
So do you think the net effect could be an actual increase in public school spending, even if a lot of the money from the tax credit program would go to private schools or charter schools? Even if some of it is being spent for public schools, it would result in a net increase in actual K through 12 or pre-K through 12 public school spending for Maryland.
I think, Delegate, thank you for the question. You've been around when we've had some education conversations.
I love Education Day.
I know you love Education Day. I truly believe that this can be transformational for our public schools. It will affirm what we're doing in the blueprint, and it will be, I believe it will be millions of dollars. Like I said, just take ag education as an example, right? Those students want to be in their public schools. They want to be in their public high schools. The sports teams, they want to be involved in all of that. All of my kids went to public schools. I graduated from a public school, the same one my kids go to. There is a power in the community around our public schools. They help define and shape our community. And I don't think that this will in any way injure them. You know me, if I were up here, I would not be supporting a bill like that. I support this because of the power that it is going to give our community and our schools. Like I said, I truly believe it would be transformational for them.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill forward. So if I apply for this, and my wife and I, it's $3,400, does that money come out of like the federal allotment that Maryland gets, or is there any kind of?
Absolutely not. And I saw some references on others to IDA, and that it absolutely does not come out of any other federal funding pot. It's not going to shrink federal dollars in any other aspects of our schools, not at all.
And we've heard it could go to private or public schools. And if I wanted to, say my grandchild was in a certain school, could I give it to like a certain person? as like to say this is kind of like a voucher? Can it go to a certain person, or does it have to go to a certain program?
Okay, so anyone else?
Yeah, it has to go to a certain program, and there are accountability and transparency measures that the comptroller can put to ensure that it's not, that it's not directly
So-
going to someone benefiting. It'll
So
go,
it can be no way perceived as a voucher program?
right, exactly right. So you're-
Absolutely not.
That's right. Good way to
And
say
then
it.
lastly, if for some for God's sake and reason, Maryland doesn't do this, I could still opt and send this to a niece or nephew in Texas or somewhere else and benefit them because they, or whatever state took advantage of the program. I could designate on my taxes and send this money somewhere else.
As long as you can send it to the scholarship granting organization and not just your niece or nephew. Because
Correct.
it could
Thank
not do
you.
that.
And
But
stay
yes,
opted in.
yeah, and that state opted in. Yes.
Thank you.
Delegate Ebersol.
So just, I'm going to follow up on that, and then I got a couple other questions. Delegate Hartman's example, it wouldn't be benefiting Maryland students, would it?
No, not his example of his tax dollars being used.
And ma'am, you're
Yeah.
from, I just want to know who's in front of me here. You're from St. Mary's Rikens High School?
Correct.
Public or private institution?
Private school.
Thank you. And so I didn't hear where you were from.
I live in Calvert County. My students,
School, sorry.
schools, my students are, I have 3 kids, 2 are in public school, 1's in private school.
I thought you were a teacher.
Yes, I teach too, St. Mary's.
Where do you teach, sir?
St. Mary's Riken,
And it's a public school?
private school.
Thank you. And then finally, sir, I have a legislative brief from your organization where I quote them saying, noting that private schools have the capacity and could absorb students if families had more choice options. Is that part of your legislative brief?
Yeah, I do recall saying that. I want to give context to why I narrowed in on the African-American families that I mentioned. I spent this Sunday in Baltimore preaching at a church, entirely African-American church, about 300 families. The one issue that they thought was important to mention was this bill and our ability to opt into it. That's the one takeaway that they anticipated that I'd bring up
in your
today.
legislative brief, is it not?
Say that again.
School choice is referenced as a significant legislative brief for you.
The opportunity for parents to decide where their children go to school.
Yes, okay. Now, would you be willing to offer that in Maryland, if we were offering, it could only go to scholarship granting organizations that granted scholarships to public school students or scholarship opportunities like the ones you described?
If any increase were to be able to arrive to the students that needed the most, the students that could benefit from individualized attention, individualized education plans, after-school programs, or summer programs, then yes, it would be a net benefit to our state and to our cities for our children to receive more money.
That wasn't the group I talked about. I talked about students who are attending public schools.
The answer is yes.
And you'd be willing to let us limit it to that here in Maryland, is where they could contribute that money.
I wouldn't know why your impetus would be to select one group of student over other groups of
Okay,
students.
so the answer is no, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that.
I'd want equal opportunity for every student in Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a question that I genuinely don't know the answer to because I'm on congress.gov trying to figure out where the money could go. We heard a couple bills already on school lunches. There's some changes at the federal level on who's eligible now for school lunches. We've also heard that there's schools now that are running deficits on school lunches. Could these dollars be used to offset normal day-to-day activities and operations such as what I've just described?
No, I don't believe it can be used for school lunches.
Okay. All right. What about after-school programs, daycare? As long as it's a learning, and as long as it's a place where there's instruction, it's after-school hours. It could be tutoring, right? It's taking place outside of the window of time for the regular school day. It could be used for that.
Yes.
Okay. And what about entry level? So pre-K, kindergarten, students coming into the school system?
What I've seen is K through 12 is everything that I've
12.
seen.
Okay. All right. And could you talk a little bit more about what the tax, is it a tax offset? Does it reduce your cap? Is it a deduction? What does that look like?
Do you want to take it? Or do you-
Sure.
I can take it too. It's-
Yeah, whatever answer is appropriate. The $1,700 is a dollar-for-dollar tax credit, so it's not a deduction, and it doesn't affect Maryland's revenue. That's directly to the federal government.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate you bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Okay, and Delegate Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like for you to please just help me, any one of you, just help me connect all of the dots here, because I've heard some things that, certainly pique my interest, like helping public schools funding to support some of what's in Blueprint. So we know from Delegate Ebersol's question that it can't go directly to public schools. That's correct?
It can? Did you say can or can't? I'm sorry.
Cannot.
It can. No, it absolutely can.
Okay, explain it to me. Explain it can go to public schools, it can go to private schools, how it goes from private schools then to support public schools.
So the scholarship granting organizations will be certified and established actually through MSDE and through the state. They have federal guidelines that you have to follow, but then there are also extra state guidelines that you could put into place as far as what those scholarship granting organizations look like. And to the level of Pennsylvania, where they actually have to certify that the scholarship granting organizations provide a benefit to that public school. So they have to certify that they do that, and the school has to want them to be there. So when you donate your $1,700, you are not donating it to an individual and you're not donating it to a private school. You are donating it to a scholarship granting organization, which is the overarching nonprofit. Those can serve public school students, private school students, whatever, however they are designed and certified by the state of Maryland to operate. We already have some scholarship granting organizations in the state. But I suspect, like I said, there will be a lot more. So where it comes to public school, like I said, if you have a dyslexia organization that offers tutoring after school for students, then you could contribute your $1,700 to that, and then they would decide on giving the scholarships to students and who they give it to. They have to give it to more than 10 students as an organization, and they have to certify that those students meet the income eligibility requirements, and that all has to be turned in and audited on a yearly basis. And then it can take, like I said, at a public school or private school. Did I miss anything, Jonathan?
Can you tell me about the they? I want to know about the they. So I give my money to a scholarship granting organization. All right, and then I heard they decide where it's going, so they decide, or can I not say, I want it to go to this public school, because I know what I want, what service I want, what opportunity I want. Who makes that decision?
Either one of you.
It would be under the application of the students, and it would follow the students.
It would be under the what? I'm sorry.
Following the student.
But who picks the student? Who picks that?
In your instance, you can shape a scholarship granting organization that qualifies to receive this for your community, one that's targeted specifically for the high school that you're intending. And so those community-based approach can be as local as possible, so long as that SGO qualifies. And the impetus here is to get, the right amount of students available. So you'd have a cross-section of different SGOs that qualify, that are tailored to the community, tailored to different programs. So you could be as targeted as you need to focus on that type of student and that type of zip code.
Okay. Okay.
Did you want to?
So I can add maybe an example. There may be a scholarship granting organization that is set up to support students with autism in a specific school district. If you, as a donor, have an interest in supporting students with autism, you then can choose, go through that SGO and choose the programs that they have to support those children with autism at the specific school in that school district that you want to support. So those parents have an opportunity to benefit from the additional funding for extra services like occupational therapy or learning support that they might not be able to afford and that the school is not meeting the need for their students.
So I'm going to say, this is where, this is the school, and then I look for a program that is going to do that.
Correct. And it could be for transportation, it could be for books and supplies, it could be for anything that the school itself is not covering that would be an additional expense for the qualifying family.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now that we've had questions all around the horseshoe, I have my own clarification I need to, to get. Of course. So when we talk about a scholarship, the way I think of a scholarship in the normal context, it's to help an individual pay a fee, right? A tuition or some cost of participating in a program, right? Mm-hmm. So in the public school context, when we're talking about using these funds to support public school students in public schools, there's no tuition to cover, right? These are programs that are publicly funded. So how do the funds get directed to a program that a student is not being charged, or the student's family is not being charged to participate in?
You want to take it first?
So the funding from these tax credits would not go to publicly funded resources. They would go to the resources that are above and beyond what the public school is providing. So it would be an additional cost to the parents. So to tack on to the example of a student with a learning challenge, those parents might be getting services from a specific organization or unable to get services from that organization because they can't afford it. They then apply to the scholarship granting organization that supports their school or school district for that money. They have to qualify, so they have to meet the income qualifications for it, and then the scholarship granting organization then grants the appropriate scholarship for that student. And
For the service,
For that service, correct.
I would add, like, so ag education, I just had an ag education, ag promise bill because ag education has been severely hurt by what we did with the blueprint in that we know, to your point, we take care of a lot of school-based fees now. So they don't have a school-based budget to provide like the leadership of FFA and all the extra stuff that FFA does. We can't provide that and the school system can't provide that. But if the Farm Bureau has a scholarship granting organization arm, then that they could apply for that, and then they could do either their leadership training or whatever ag education program that is established through that scholarship. So that's why it can supplement, and you could, like, you know, my imagination goes wild. So I have all kinds of crazy ideas that we can fund for our public school students, and I'm happy to sit and go over with those with you.
Okay, and we've sparked a second bite at the apple here for Delegate Ebersol.
no.
Congratulations, Madam Chair, you did it, okay? So we're citing lots of extreme examples of autistic children or farm programs that could be funded, but isn't it true that these funds could be used for a basic scholarship to a school like Gilman or Loyola Blakefield to send a student there for a year?
I'm not familiar with those.
Well, a private school. I named a couple of private schools. Couldn't it be used as a scholarship for their tuition to that school?
That is absolutely true.
Okay, and there's no opportunity for that virtually. There are extreme examples, but there's no opportunity for that sort of scholarship for students who are attending a public school.
So I'm not sure I understand that question.
You don't have to pay to send a student to a public school, but this money could be used to send students to private schools. It could pay not their autistic or their tutoring or their Farm Bureau. It could just pay for the school to have that student.
It absolutely can.
Okay,
but
I just wanted to establish.
I'd like to further elaborate on that, if that's okay. The donor gets to designate where they want that money to go. So only people who are interested in supporting independent schools would be donating toward independent schools.
then can you tell me-
And they can only donate $1,700
Right.
per
Can you tell me
year
how the money is
toward
generally
those.
directed in other states that are doing it? Do we have statistics on, is it being used for routine tuition?
It's not-
Or is it being used more for
It's not up and
Farm
running yet.
Bureau?
It's not up and running yet.
What's that?
It's not up in,
Yeah,
this program
I had a
is new.
feeling, so really the regs haven't been laid out yet, have they? by the
Treasury is
feds?
still working on the regs, but the ones that we have are directly from the bill.
So we really have no idea how this money might
It is
eventually be
directly from the
directed.
bill.
What's that?
It is directly from legislation, is directly from the bill. From the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is directly written from there, and they are coming out with existing regs as, over the next year. Did you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I did just want to answer a point that you just made, that no one is paying for our kids to attend public schools. That is wrong. We are all paying for our kids to attend public schools. What this is doing is allowing individuals that are already paying to have additional money for specific programs. And if there is a public school student that learns better at a private school, then yes, that scholarship granting organization can have that gap be closed and that leap be made for that student to benefit in their
It's just,
education.
it was never said in all this testimony.
Kinda
It was
like-
said about all the other programs this could support students in. It was never said that this money could just be used to deflect the tuition for a
yeah, we
student
did. We said
attending a
We
private.
probably
school.
repeated it.
Well, I didn't hear it then.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, could I on too, sir?
Okay. I am not seeing any other questions. I think we've been all around the horseshoe here. So thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. We do have, I believe, 2 virtual witnesses. Are they with us? Okay, can you please bring them in?
I'm on audio. They didn't enable my video.
Okay. Mr. Whistler, you can please go ahead and begin when you're ready for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I respectfully urge a favorable report of House Bill 455. As president of the Carroll County Board of Education, Maryland State Chairman of the National School Boards Coalition, and a former Maryland public school educator, I've dedicated my career to improve educational outcomes for Maryland students. House Bill 455 is a responsible policy that expands opportunity while ensuring oversight and accountability. This bill establishes clear guardrails for scholarship granting organizations. It requires MSDE to approve and certify nonprofits that must meet statutory standards, and it mandates annual reporting to the Secretary of Treasury in 2027. It requires our comptroller to publish guidance to assist taxpayers in properly claiming the associated credit. These provisions ensure transparency, compliant, and responsible administration. Beyond its administrative safeguards, this bill provides meaningful educational flexibility. It helps our families offset private school tuition costs. It supports families who remain enrolled in public schools but incur additional expenses for tutoring or supplemental academic services. And most importantly, it provides options for families whose children are assigned to public schools that persistently struggle to meet performance expectations. Parents don't choose their zone public school. They're assigned based on a zip code and their residence. When a school repeatedly underperforms and families feel their children are not receiving the education they deserve, those parents should not be left without alternatives. This bill gives those families a pathway to pursue different environments or to secure supplemental services that meet their kids' needs. It is reasonable to acknowledge that expanding these options may result in some reduction in public school enrollment. However, public school funding is structured so dollars follow students. Aligning our funding with family choice ensures resources reflect actual enrollment and encourages systems to remain responsive to our students' needs. Supporting this bill does not undermine public education. I lead a public school system and remain committed to strengthening it. At the same time, our first obligation is to students, families, and student outcomes. This bill expands opportunities, ensures nonprofit oversight, promotes transparency, and offers meaningful choice, particularly for families frustrated by persistently underperforming schools. So for these reasons, I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Newmark, you can begin whenever you're ready for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to first point out this is a really great program. I'm very interested in starting a scholarship granting organization in Frederick County, specifically to support kids in public schools that are lower income. If this bill doesn't pass, I won't have that opportunity, and I think that's really unfortunate. But I also hear some hostility towards having any benefits going towards private schools, and those kids need help too. Just because, you know, some of these poor kids that would love to go to a private school but can't afford to, really are in need of these scholarships, and maybe the public school that they're assigned to is a great one for them, or maybe they do better somewhere else. I really think that as a state, we ought to be encouraging the flourishing of education in all realms, not just public education, but private education, and all sorts of options. You know, a confident school system doesn't fear families having options, and I hear a lot of fear for what is really an accounting change in the federal tax code. So let me explain what this does. It's very simple. If you're in the $60,000 tax bracket and you donate $1,000 towards a scholarship granting organization now, you get a tax benefit of about $220, and after this bill, you'll get a tax benefit of $1,000. That's it, $780. That's what people are talking about. Like, that's going to destroy public education if these private donors help somebody in public school or private school. It doesn't make any sense. So when you're having these doubts about this program, just ask the folks, like, how can they justify this idea that giving these choices is somehow going to bring down a multi-billion-dollar system because you gave some poor kids the benefit of, you know, $1,700, and someone got a $780 lesser federal tax bill. It just doesn't make sense, and for this reason, I encourage you to adopt this bill.
Thank you. Any questions for these witnesses? Oh, Delegate Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Delegate Miller, for bringing this legislation to us. I asked the chair if we had any comments from the list of letters we received that were unfavorable to offer balance, and unfortunately, she said, well, the response was no. But I would encourage the committee, those who were presenting, to look at the letter, the comments from the Maryland State Education Association. They offer valid points in terms of governance, in terms of overall insight and authority as it relates to funding of schools. I think what they're asking for, requesting, is very reasonable, but most of all, it gives some credence to why the scholarship, or how scholarships should be monitored. So I encourage you to do that. And again, Delegate Miller, I applaud you for being an advocate for this organization. But again, the concerns that I have are very much tantamount or comparable to what's offered with the Maryland State Education Association. Thank you.
And I'm happy to walk through those or talk with you about any of that. You know, I'm all about transparency and accountability, so absolutely, I will walk with you through that and those comments. Happy to do it.
It's very detailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate Miller, for the bill. Thank you all for the robust conversation. That concludes our hearing on House Bill 455. And next up, we have House Bill 926, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I bring up my panel?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Panelists are here. Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, and I'm here presenting House Bill 926. This is a pretty straightforward bill. All it attempts to do is to protect Maryland from revenue loss caused by an increase in the state and local tax deduction cap that was enacted in 2025's federal H.R. 1, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So I know this committee does tax policy, so I probably don't need to explain what the SALT deduction is, but I'll just go through it briefly, just to be sure. It allows taxpayers to deduct what they paid in state and local taxes from their itemized return. And so on the federal tax return, for the most part, that means income taxes and property taxes that you paid to the state are deductible. And in Maryland's tax deductions are tied to the federal deductions. So Maryland allows residents to claim SALT deductions on their state returns, but only the property taxes, because it really doesn't make sense to deduct the income taxes you paid to the state from your income taxes to the state. That's kind of like a inception levels circularity. So in 2017, Congress passed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which put a cap on the SALT deductions at $10,000. So basically what that meant was that in Maryland, since we're tied to that, no one could deduct more than $10,000 in property taxes from your state tax return as well as your federal tax return. Now, this year, or last year now, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act increased that cap to $40,000 for people meeting certain limitations on income. And so what that means is, for example, that if you pay $12,000 in property taxes and $10,000 in income taxes, you can deduct $22,000 from your federal return. With what this bill does is it simply restores the $10,000 cap that has been in effect since 2017 for the state return. So you can still, if you pay more than $10,000 in property taxes, you would still be able to deduct up to $40,000 on your federal return, but on the state return, we're just keeping that level. You can still only deduct up to $10,000, and of course, that's only if you itemize deductions. So if this bill were to pass, under the scenario I just mentioned, where you pay $22,000 in taxes, then you would still only, that you would be able to deduct $22,000 from your federal return, but only $10,000 from your state return. This is really a very small number of people. It really will only affect people who are fairly wealthy and have high value properties in order to pay more than $10,000 in property taxes. If you're paying less than $10,000 in property taxes, then this bill will not affect you at all. So why are we doing this? Maryland, we all know, is in a really difficult fiscal situation where we have to make some difficult budget decisions. And no one wants to have to make those decisions. Every budget cut hurts somebody. Everything that's in that budget is in there because it's important to somebody. And so as a state, we should do everything we can to insulate ourselves from the impact of those changes in order to continue to fund the services that Marylanders rely on. Maintaining the SALT cap at the current level is one way to do that. Several other states have either decoupled from tax changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act or declined to couple at all. I want to mention there was a drafting error in this bill, and you should have an amendment. Unfortunately, the language, and we didn't catch this until very late, that the language in this bill is sort of reversed, and so the fiscal note is based on the original bill language, so it really is not accurate. I have spoken to the fiscal note analyst and sent her the amendment, and she is going to try to come up with some revised numbers. Unfortunately, I don't have those for you today. As soon as I get those, I will send those to you, but the revenue estimates in the fiscal note are not accurate. Also, because of that, the opposition testimony, I'm not sure if they were looking, and I only got the opposition testimony late yesterday. I have not had a chance to reach out to them. But both of them, the Maryland Chamber of Commerce and NFIB, talk about increased taxes or Maryland putting additional taxes, which is not true. And so I think they may just have been looking at The bill, which does make it seem like it's adding additional taxes, but with the amendment that corrects that incorrect language, it's not putting more taxes on anyone. It's just maintaining our deductions where they are before the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. One last thing I want to mention, if you can indulge me one more second, Madam Chair, is the letter from the comptroller, which mentions that the bill goes into effect for tax year 2025, but that by the time the bill goes into effect, many people will have already filed their 2025 tax returns. I am open to whatever amendments the committee wants to put in. If the committee wants to delay this a year, I believe the comptroller asks for that or suggests a delay. I would hope that we don't delay it too much, because every year we delay it is a year that we're losing revenue on that. But I do understand the comptroller's concern about people having already filed taxes, and so I'm open to whatever the committee is interested in doing to try to correct that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to my panel. Thank you. Whoever wants to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of House Bill 926. This committee and your colleagues across the hall are facing some stark choices with multi-billion-dollar deficits just a couple years away. The math is simple. To meet the state's constitutional balanced budget requirement, you will need to either raise significant new revenue or cut essential services like education and childcare. H.R. 1 made this math harder by increasing the state's costs while eroding revenue. Simply by maintaining the status quo, House Bill 926 would likely save on the order of $150 million a year in averted revenue losses based on information from the 60-day report. What that means is that the cost of conforming to Congress's higher SALT cap is actually greater by a large margin than the net gain from the reforms you made last year to Maryland's standard and itemized deductions. And while the sponsors mentioned some issues with the fiscal note, one number in the fiscal note I want to bring to your attention is that 0 for FY 2031. That 0 is assuming that Congress allows the $40,000 cap to sunset. We have no idea whether they'll do that. If they maintain the $40,000 cap, then that revenue is going to continue in the future. This bill would make our tax code fairer, as nearly 3/4 of the federal tax cuts from the higher SALT cap went to the wealthiest 20% of Maryland households, according to the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Finally, it's the right choice for Maryland's economy. Empirical research makes clear that taxes aren't among the most important factors families consider when they decide where they want to live. They care more about things like affordable housing, being close to their relatives, which is why BRE increased revenue estimates after you asked more of the wealthy last year. I'm asking for a favorable report. Thank you.
Matthew Weinstein with Progressive Maryland, and here supporting this and the other decoupling legislation. And I think it's important to step back and understand the OBBA, H.R. 1, whatever one wants to call it, from last year from the federal government in its larger context as part of this upward redistribution of income and wealth that's given America the worst inequality in our history, where now the top 1% is wealthier than the bottom 90%. And, you know, we're a little like the frog in the pot of heating water, where maybe we haven't noticed how bad that's gotten. If we were to turn back the clock 50 years, and just had inequality as bad as it was in, let's say, 1975, every household earning less than $150,000 in America would have an additional $10,000 to $20,000 a year of income. That's how bad the upward redistribution of income and wealth has been. Obviously, this is at the heart of the affordability crisis for working families, and it's very important that Maryland decouple as much as possible from that federal upward redistribution legislation. The final point that I'd like to make is that for any legislators who may be concerned about how this might affect Maryland's business climate. Everyone should be aware that in December, one of the leading business groups on state taxation called COST, the Council on State Taxation at cost.org, published their annual report and ranked Maryland in the top 10 for one of the most business-friendly tax codes in the country. So we're doing well on that score. We don't need to worry that we're going to make our tax climate bad for business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I see several questions already for this panel. We'll start with Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Delegate Ruth, you're suggesting that the fiscal note is wrong. I mean, the fiscal note forecasts that this is a $510 million state and local tax increase year one. You think it's the same, less? It's 317.3 projected tax increase at the state level and 192.7 in increased local taxes, piggyback taxes as we call them in this committee. Do you think that's too high, not high enough? I'm confused.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. I really can't give a direct answer to that because the way the bill was drafted, those numbers are essentially meaningless because it sort of is. It ended up being backwards instead of saying that you can't deduct over $10,000. It's basically taking away that $10,000. I'm not explaining that very well, but it's really ended up being backwards, and we just didn't catch that until too late. But I believe you had numbers. Did you have numbers based on the 60-day report?
Right. Based on the 60-day report, this is order of magnitude. We're looking on roughly $150 million a year in averted revenue loss. Again, this is just preventing an automatic tax cut if we conform to the federal changes that state analysts weren't even expecting as of last year.
So that leads me to my second question. I've followed the SALT tax deduction things pretty strong for years, and I'm pretty positive that every single Democratic member of Maryland's congressional delegation, I'm looking it up on the old interwebs, Senator Van Hollen, Congressman Hoyer, Congressman Raskin, Senator Cardin, Congressman Sarbanes when he was there, Congressman Brown, now Attorney General Brown, all of them are on record saying that they want the SALT cap raised. And in fact, I'm reading a letter here from Congressman Hoyer, Senator Van Hollen, and now Attorney General Brown to then Governor Hogan a few years ago. We are writing to ask you about your plans to respond to the double taxation imposed by the new federal cap on the state and local tax deduction and to offer our assistance as needed. These are all Democrats. We understand that you are exploring ways to prevent increases in Maryland state income taxes due to the linkages between the state and federal tax code, which we approve. But we would like to know if you plan to protect Marylanders from higher federal taxes as well. So what Congress did is they gave people who live in Maryland who pay very high property taxes because of the incredible assessments of property, irrespective of their income, they gave them a tax break at the federal level. That tax break automatically flows down to the state level. Just a few years ago, every Democratic federal representative said they want to prevent the double taxation of the money. They want to expand the SALT cap. They want the SALT cap to go higher, but you're telling me that you don't want that.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. We are not Congress, and I'm not a congressman. I can't speak to their intent or their concerns. My concern is the things that we as Marylanders and as a Maryland General Assembly have set as important priorities, and that our people depend on the services that we provide. And so I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else. But for me, I think it's important to provide the services that those are, whether it be education, healthcare, developmental disabilities, community college scholarships, all of the important things that we do for Marylanders. We want to be able to fund those, and this tax increasing the deduction that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act would do would deprive us of revenue that pays for those important things. We are currently being buffeted by a lot of forces that are impacting our economy, whether it be loss of federal jobs, whether it be Medicaid cuts. All of those things are hurting us. And so all I'm saying in this bill is that those who have more should make sure they pay their fair share so that we can support all of those important things that Marylanders care about.
So my final question is, so do you believe that the state and local tax deduction that is provided in federal law should be reduced and put back where it was after the 2017 bill, which was $10,000? Because see what happens when the feds increase deductions, and then you say, hey, you save money on your federal taxes, but not state. We did that before. I was here. We did that in 2017. The average person paid a little bit less in their federal taxes and a bunch more in their state taxes, and we took those revenue hits. That's how our budget went from $36 million when I got here 12 years ago to $71 billion this year. It didn't happen because our economy improved. It happened because we generated all this more revenue to the state. And I just want a straight answer for my Democratic friends. Do you want your constituents to get tax breaks from the state and local tax deduction or not? It doesn't really matter to me. Not very many people where I live actually pay this. A lot of people in Baltimore County pay this. Do you want them to have the tax break or not? And either answer is okay.
Thank you. And respectfully, I don't think a lot of people in Baltimore County pay it. Certainly, some do. But I think that the tax breaks in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act mainly go to the wealthy people. The cap on the SALT deduction was intended to sort of offset that and the revenue loss from that. But I personally believe, and nobody likes taxes. I don't like to pay taxes, but I pay my taxes because they are really important in order to fund the important things that we're doing here in Maryland.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have, you had said that it affects the wealthy with the income property tax over $10,000. Where's the median price home in Maryland? What's the cost? Do you have any idea?
I do, thank you. I don't remember statewide, but the most expensive county is probably Montgomery County, and it's somewhere around $650,000.
I don't know what the tax rate is there. I didn't look at it, but so the average home in Maryland is just over $420,000. If you look at the tax rate, no offense to my friends from Baltimore City, if you look at the tax rate in Baltimore City, it's $2.24 according to the Google machine per $100. And then if you add the state tax, it's like $2.36. So do you think having a house, doing the math, if my math is accurate, I was pretty good in math, a $10,000 tax bill would come from a $423,000 house. Do you think that's a wealthy person?
Well, thank you. And I did play around with some numbers to try to understand what the implication of this would be. I'm usually pretty good at math, but I struggle with the property tax thing. But I used the Zillow calculator, the Zillow property tax calculator. And I used Baltimore City because I believe that they do have the highest property tax rate in the state. And if you have, according to Zillow, a $650,000 house in Baltimore City, then your annual property taxes are $9,490, which is just under $10,000. So if you have a $650,000 house in Baltimore City, you're not going to be affected by this. And that is, I believe, greater than the median in Baltimore City. Montgomery County's tax rate is lower. And so if you have a $650,000 house in Montgomery County, which is about the median in Montgomery County, Zillow's tax calculator says the annual property taxes are $5,720, which is well under $10,000.
Well, I look at Zillow quite frequently, and sometimes with a house, depending on where it was last assessed and so forth. So I'm just going by the tax rate in Baltimore City, what's posted, and combining it with the state tax rate. I disagree with your math, but here's the reality. And I'll give an example of a good friend of mine. been friends for a long time. He's getting closer to retirement age, lives in Baltimore City, and just recently had a conversation about if he's going to be able to afford to stay there because of his property taxes. And, you know, Pennsylvania with our neighboring state, do you have concerns of taxing people in a $400,000 house? Because I disagree with the math that's going to add to the outward migration that we're experiencing already. I mean, the population in Baltimore City, I think, was declining for 10 years. The state of Maryland, according to our comptroller, has been declining. Are you concerned with tax policy like this getting more egregious, that we're going to chase more people from Maryland?
Delegate, if I may. So there are a few issues there. First off, it's important to note that the numbers that you're working with are the statewide median with the Baltimore City tax rate, so that's not entirely apples to apples. The fact is, if you look at historical data published by DLS, per capita property taxes in Baltimore City are slightly over the statewide average, not actually near the top. But second of all, we have a lot of good data and research on what families care about when they decide where to live. And it's things like affordable housing, good jobs, being close to their neighbors, nice weather. It's not that taxes aren't on the list, but they're not near the top.
But my last question, when you talk about affordable housing, do you think property taxes are a part of that?
Absolutely, I do, and I'll be back in this committee next week with a bill relating to that.
Okay, Delegate Long.
Thank you. I remember when the Jobs Act and when last tax thing that Trump passed, actually the state of Maryland benefited from it. I think it was a Jobs and Tax Act. I think it was 2017. I think I'm calling it right. But the state of Maryland actually benefited a whole lot because they got a whole lot more money. We talked about decoupling then so we could, you know, help taxpayers out. And that was awfully, you couldn't talk about it. Now the tax cuts now that are proposed would actually help homeowners stay in their homes. We're trying to decouple ourselves from that. I just, you know, I'm having a little tough time with that. I just know that the SALT actually cost Maryland a lot of money when it first was impacted. It impacted us. So I'm just curious, what's your thoughts as far as limiting instead of $10,000, maybe going to $30,000, $20,000?
You talk about keeping people in their homes, Delegate Long, and I know that that is something that's important to you. I've worked with you in Baltimore County. But the people that this is impacting are not the people that we're worried about keeping in their homes. The people that will be impacted by, and let's just say, keeping this the same as it has been for the last 8 years, 9 years, whatever it is, since 2017. The only people it's impacting, again, are wealthy people who have high-value homes. These are not the people that you and I are hearing from our constituents that they're struggling with their property taxes. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No, the standard deductions, that also includes interest rates. Am I correct? I mean, your interest you're paying towards your house, am I correct? So if you have a mortgage, I thought that was part of that cap.
The interest is not part of the SALT deductions. I don't believe that's a different deduction, is that? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Miracle North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. I just had a couple clarifying questions for the panel to make sure I understand this correctly. Does this bill prevent a taxpayer from taking the federal SALT deduction?
No.
Okay. And I believe it was the gentleman in the blue, I apologize, and yourself, Delegate Ruth, that talked about the current tax structure and how it will protect funding for core priorities like education, healthcare. Could you elaborate a little bit more about how this will benefit those priorities for the state of Maryland?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. And nothing in this bill, just to be clear, directs the revenue to any particular thing. But we have For example, we're, I believe, halfway through the implementation of our generational education plan, the blueprint for Maryland's education, which is is already making a difference in children's education, and we need to continue with implementing that. And so if we allow this federal expanded deduction to take place, that's going to take revenues away that could, for example, be used for that. It's also the revenues that we're taking, that the federal expanded deduction, if we were to stay with that, that loss of revenues could also impact, for example, Medicaid. And we're losing Medicaid federal funds, and so we are stuck in Maryland trying to help our most vulnerable as much as we can to compensate for that. I think many of you, probably like me earlier this week, had multiple groups from the developmental disabilities community in your office begging us not to cut funds for developmental disabilities, and I know that we are doing everything we can for that. That's another case where if we allow this cap to be lifted and we lose out on the revenues from that's less money that we can spend for those. Those are just a few examples of things where loss of revenues from allowing the federal government to dictate tax policy to us would impact us.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have one more quick question. I just want to make sure I get the math right, because I'm not in the camp that will use this, so I want to make sure I get the math right. So if someone is paying like $14,000 in state and local taxes, currently they can only claim up to $10,000. Okay, so
correct.
So if this bill were to pass, the goal is to still claim that $10,000 at the state level, but they can claim $14,000 at the federal level, because that was the effect of the big whatever you call it bill.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, sorry, I think Delegate Miracle North just asked part of my question, so we're having a mind meld over here. So guess maybe my follow-up to her last question would be, so on the whole, when we are talking about these very high-income taxpayers, will they still get a net benefit between the federal deduction, and even if they can't take quite as much on the Maryland side, are they still on the whole getting a tax break overall, or would you expect that not to be the case?
No, absolutely, that's correct. Thank you, Delegate, for that question. So in Delegate Marika North's example, they would still, under the previous tax policy, they would have only been able to deduct $10,000 at the federal level and $10,000 at the state level. If this bill were to go into effect under the new tax policy, under the One Big Beautiful Bill, they would be able to deduct $14,000 at the federal level, as Delegate Marika North pointed out. So they are saving money. They're paying less taxes at the federal level, and their state taxes would be the same as they were last year.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions for this panel, I want to thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. We do have two other witnesses who were signed up, Callie Schumitz, and, not testifying, okay, and Christopher
Callie was
Camp.
just here in case I had to go to a different hearing.
Got it, okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Chair, SEIU Local 500 represents over 23,000 public workers here in Maryland, members who depend on strong, stable public services and a tax system that's fair, progressive, and sufficient to meet Maryland needs. And while Maryland faces ongoing and growing demands to fund public education, transportation, and health services, as well as other essential programs, these services are delivered by public workers, many of whom are our members at SEIU Local 500 and are vital to the economic stability of our state. And allowing unlimited or excessive deductions for high-dollar property taxes undermines the revenue base needed to sustain these investments and shift burdens away from those most able to contribute. Now, this bill is narrowly tailored, so the alarmists that we see from some of the concerns that I've heard around the table here during the question and answer, doesn't make much sense because it sunsets by January 2030. This is a balanced approach that allows the General Assembly to address the immediate revenue issues and equity concerns while preserving the flexibility for future tax decisions. And we believe that a fair tax system is essential to building strong schools, safe communities, and a stable workforce. And this bill advances these goals by promoting equity in the tax code and supporting public services that our Maryland residents depend on. Therefore, on behalf of SEIU Local 500, we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes our hearing on House Bill 926, and it is my pleasure to welcome back our chair and turn it over to her.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, for your help. Very long time spent in ECM, but glad to be back and call up the next bill. House Bill 801, Delegate Embry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm not here very often, so I'm very excited. Also talking about taxes, which is not my specialty, so please, please be kind. So I'm here in support of House Bill 801. As you've heard and know, HR 1 in 2025 gave a $4.5 trillion set of new tax breaks aimed overwhelmingly at helping investors and the ultra-wealthy. And at the same time, the bill cut food assistance and health care, which directly harm not only Marylanders who rely on those programs, but also strains our state budget. The Maryland Center on Economic Policy predicts that legislation will increase the general fund deficit by $588 million between FY 2026 and FY 2031. So HB 801 is designed, like other bills before your committee, to mitigate the impact of that federal legislation on state and local revenues by decoupling Maryland from three categories of business tax breaks. First, it decouples Maryland from the expansion of the coverage of the exclusion for qualified small business stock gains, which is used primarily by tech and biotech startup founders, their very senior level employees who have received stock options as part of their compensation, and venture capitalists who invest in these startups. The deduction now currently under HR 1 exempts 100% of gains, which is up from what it used to be, 50%, and allows a partial deduction after 3 years of holding the stock. It used to be 5 years. And this exclusion does not benefit small businesses. 94% of the exclusion goes to households with income over $1 million. And because it's an exclusion aimed at, available to individuals who are the ones who realize the capital gain, not the business itself, it is not limited to Maryland businesses. Next thing the bill does is it decouples Maryland from modifications to the 168K bonus depreciation allowance, as well as enhancements to the 179 expensing allowance. The 168K bonus depreciation allowance is far more significant in terms of revenue impact. Bonus depreciation allows businesses to deduct spending on depreciable assets more quickly. The 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act allowed a full depreciation in the year of the purchase of the asset instead of over multiple years, but that was set to expire. HR 1 made it permanent. So bonus depreciation, which is an extremely generous benefit, is utilized heavily by the largest corporations in America, like Amazon and Google, to drive down their taxable income. As an example, Tesla, which earned $5.7 billion in 2025, reported paying no federal income tax. That is not entirely due to the bonus depreciation allowance, but that is part of the story of how they got there. And finally, the bill decouples Maryland from the federal income tax deduction for restitution paid by a corporation to a government entity for wrongdoing. If a company harms the public and enters into a settlement or pays a court-ordered fine, the company can deduct that restitution and the remediation payments from their federal taxable income. Because Maryland uses the federal taxable income as the starting point for calculating state income taxes, we are also effectively providing a tax deduction for the corporate wrongdoing. It not only costs us revenue, it also rewards bad behavior. You can think of the opioid settlement and countless others in healthcare and environmental actions brought by state and local and federal entities, and you can imagine why we would not want to reward that behavior. The fiscal note, in the fiscal note, DLS estimates that passage of this bill will increase state revenue by approximately $35 million per year beginning in FY27, with local revenues increasing by $11 million per year. So this legislation does two things that are valuable. One, it protects revenues of that $35 million. It's also good policy. It's consistent with our values and priorities. Expensive tax breaks and incentives that accrue overwhelmingly to large corporations and individuals earning over $1 million are not the best tools to support Maryland businesses or Marylanders. So I respectfully ask for your support of this bill.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of House Bill 801. My name is Miles Trinidad. I am an analyst at the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy, a nonprofit research group based in DC that focuses on state and local federal tax policy issues with an emphasis on equity and sustainability. This bill decouples Maryland from the Federal Qualified Small Business Stock, or QSBS. This exclusion as a federal tax break is not available to a vast majority of Marylanders or small businesses, as the delegate mentions. That's because the benefit isn't available to stocks that your typical investor might purchase through a stock exchange. Instead, it's only available to early stage investors who have an inside track on original stock issued by an eligible company. And as the delegate mentioned, these are not small businesses by any means. It only applies to shares held in C corporations, which make up less than 5% of all businesses, and with assets as high as $75 million can issue these stocks. And many small businesses are explicitly barred from eligibility from this program from congressional statute. These policy choices have resulted in a program that delivers 94% of its tax cuts to households with $1 million or more in gross income. And these households can cash in their stock and pay $0 in both federal income tax and Maryland capital gains tax if the state decides to conform to this provision. It's important to note that this is a tax break for investments in any state across the country and not just Maryland. So if Maryland continues conforming to QSBS, the state will be using Maryland taxpayer dollars largely to subsidize the investments that is happening in other states. In other words, continued conformity to QSBS, which delivers windfalls to a narrow group of wealthy venture capitalists, would reduce revenue that Maryland relies on to fund education, healthcare, transportation, public safety, all without providing commensurate economic and state benefits. And similarly to the business depreciation rule, this is one of the most expensive features of the federal bill, and many of the investments subsidized by this tax break will also occur outside of the state of Maryland. And for these reasons, I urge the committee to give HB 801 a favorable report.
Thank you so much for bringing this bill. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none and hearing all the testimony on this bill, that ends the bill hearing for House Bill 801. Thank you so much. We hope you enjoyed your time in Ways and Means.
Yes.
Wonderful. Oh, there was another favorable. Is Christopher Cano here? Oh, it does not end the bill hearing. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
All right, I know we got a lot more bills to get through, so I will be as brief as possible. But this bill is about fairness and ensures that those who have the greatest ability to contribute to our state's success pay their fair share rather than avoiding responsibility through federal tax exclusions and loopholes. And this bill makes three important changes that you all should definitely pay attention to. Of course, understanding first that when high-income investors are able to exclude millions of dollars in capital gains from taxation, everyday working families end up carrying a disproportionate share of the cost of funding public services. This bill will restore that balance. Second, the bill limits the ability of corporations to deduct excessive fines and penalties as business expenses. Maryland taxpayers should not be subsidizing corporate misconduct, which is effectively what that is. And when a company violates the law and pays penalties, those costs should not be shifted onto the public through tax deductions. And third, this bill decouples Maryland from the federal bonus depreciation and expensing provisions that primarily benefit large corporations. These accelerated depreciation rules reduce state revenue without necessarily generating proportional economic benefit for Maryland's communities, requiring more realistic depreciation schedules strengthen long-term fiscal stability. Now, for our members, you have to understand that They're public workers. They're community professionals who depend on Maryland running stable and adequate services, and our revenues cannot be an abstract concept. They need to be stable and adequate as well. It would fund our public schools, support early childhood education, maintains public safety, and protects essential services. So again, I reiterate, when wealthy corporations or investors are able to avoid contributing their fair share, it's working families who are going to feel the consequences through budget cuts, understaffed schools, and reduced public services. And this bill simply reinforces a simple principle. If you benefit from Maryland's economy, workforce, and infrastructure, you should be contributing to sustain them, not trying to avoid your responsibilities. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 801. Delegate Forbes, House Bill 930. Income tax decoupling from federal changes. I have Sean Johnson, Emily Young, Ashley Harrington, and Charlamar Douglas.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of what has become my second family this session, the Ways and Means Committee. I'm Delegate Kathy Forbes, and I'm pleased to present testimony in support of HB 930. This bill decouples Maryland from 3 federal changes regarding educational tax provisions resulting from the passage of HR 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The first provision I want to talk about is 529 accounts, and I'm sorry if you all know all of this, but I feel like it's important to revisit the history of 529 accounts. These accounts were created federally in 1996 as a way for families to save for college in a tax-advantaged way. Funds deposited in 529 plans could grow and be spent free of federal and state taxes, providing they were used for higher education expenses. 529 plans were devised to encourage people to save regularly for years for college expenses in the future. Well, for the first time in 2017, with the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it extended the use of 529 plans to cover K through 12 tuition. And withdrawals at that time were limited to $10,000 a year. HR 1 increased both the annual withdrawal amount allowed for K through 12 expenses to $20,000 a year and expanded the use of those funds for many other things. So why does Maryland have an interest in this? When 529 plans were established, we also in Maryland established a generous tax benefit to encourage families to save for college. For deposits in the Maryland 529 plan, the state provides an income subtraction of up to $2,500 per year, per beneficiary per year, for contributions made to the Maryland 529 plan. So if you make a deposit of $2,500, you take an income subtraction out of your Maryland taxes of $2,500. Better than that, if you make a donation or a deposit of more than $2,500, any excess can be taken off your taxes in future years. So if you deposit $10,000 in a year, you get 4 years of those tax credits. They roll into your next year's. And that is per beneficiary. So you can have an account for each of your children, and you can use those, and your spouse can have an account for each of those children. So it's a very generous tax credit, and it was put in place to ensure people were saving for college. A second part of the provision of this bill in front of you today is on Trump accounts. HR 1 allows for early savings for child's future retirement through a new type of savings accounts. Those accounts grow tax-free until the beneficiary turns 18, at which time the account becomes a traditional retirement account. The federal government will provide an initial deposit of $1,000 to each baby born between 2026 and 2028 who has a Social Security number. HB 930 does nothing to interfere with families receiving those free accounts. But this legislation, HB 930, requires Maryland to decouple from a provision of the bill that allows employers to contribute up to $2,500 federally tax-free to an employee's child's Trump account. This legislation would require Maryland to treat those employer contributions as taxable income for the employee, just as Maryland treats any other fringe benefits paid to employees. The third provision of the HB 930 is on the scholarship tax credit. H.R. 1 created a new federal tax credit for contributions to tax-exempt scholarship granting organizations that award scholarships to low-income students to attend private school. H.R. 1 has a unique provision that a governor must opt into this program. The legislation before you today would prohibit the governor from allowing participation in this program. At this point, there are no regulations released from the Department of Treasury relating to this program. There's no data transparency regarding how SGOs will be qualified for participation, and no transparency as to how the donations are spent. Without more information and guardrails to prevent abuse, Maryland should not participate. I thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I ask for a favorable report on HB 930.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person.
You want me to go? Hi, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean Johnson on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association. Great to see you all. Delegate Forbes, thank you for bringing this bill forward. I know it's tax day and not education day, but it's going to be both in this testimony. I'll start with the tax part. The massive tax breaks to corporations and wealthy individuals in H.R. 1 should not tie the hands of Maryland policymakers. You all have heard a lot of bills today about decoupling. The governor had some proposals around decoupling. Those were smart proposals. The additional decoupling provisions in this bill are also smart and necessary. Now, the new federal voucher program created under H.R. 1 is incredibly dangerous for what is left of the federal commitment to public education. And it is the first part of Delegate Forbes' bill, which is the counter to House Bill 455 that you heard earlier this afternoon. But the creation of Trump vouchers allows federal tax dollars to be diverted to nearly unregulated scholarship granting organizations, SGOs, which could then provide federal vouchers to offset tuition and expenses at private and religious schools that are not accountable to taxpayers. This committee will not be surprised that MSEA is against voucher programs, but this particular program goes well beyond the failed elements of the voucher program that we have in Maryland or that we've seen across the country. And there were a lot of hypotheticals shared during the hearing on House Bill 455, but the truth is we don't know. We don't know, because the rules are still being written by the U.S. Treasury Department. And there's every indication that those rules will prioritize private schools first while limiting meaningful state oversight of SGOs. States are likely left without real authority to establish quality standards, the type of equity principles that this committee and this General Assembly would expect to see. For all those reasons, it's premature to take any action. Delegate Forbes' approach is the right one, which is to not participate in the Trump voucher program under H.R. 1. We urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
I'll go next. Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldmark, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Augustus Mays, Vice President of Partnerships and Engagement at EdTrust, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to dismantling racial and economic inequities in education. We urge you to advance a favorable report on House Bill 930. House Bill 930 is essential to protecting Maryland students by ensuring the state opts out of the federal voucher tax credit. This program diverts public dollars to unaccountable private schools, exacerbating discrimination and socioeconomic inequality. Research shows voucher programs primarily benefit wealthy families already enrolled in private schools while negatively impacting student achievement. Here in Maryland, under the Boost program, students perform worse in math and English than their public school peers, and several other states with vouchers report similar or worse academic declines. This federal program also lacks essential accountability guardrails. Scholarship granting organizations are not required in the statute to disclose voucher recipients, how funds are spent, or whether they are used for evidence-based practices. A lack of accountability in voucher programs has led to the misuse of voucher funds while placing students at risk. Though public schools, students can technically participate in this program, as the previous panel said, any benefits are far outweighed by potential harms. The program's scale, estimated about $51 billion annually, undermines key federal investments Maryland students relies on, including Title I and IDEA. Budget cuts to these programs have already been proposed in previous federal funding bills, and vouchers have been linked to significant decreases in public school funding, forcing some schools to close. Maryland has consistently prioritized an equitable education in public education in particular, most recently, obviously, through the passage of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. The federal Bachelor Tax Credit Program undermines these investments. In passing House Bill 930, Maryland will safeguard students against an inequitable and unaccountable program. And for these reasons and those in our written testimony, EdTrust urges a favorable report. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilkins, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Ashley Harrington, and I am with the Legal Defense Fund, the premier racial justice law organization founded by Maryland's own Thurgood Marshall. Our Constitution requires states and the federal government to provide equal educational opportunities for all. Yet states across this country have adopted private school voucher programs, often against the will of the public and even in violation of state law. This started after the 1954 Supreme Court decision, Brown v. Board of Education, which LDF litigated and won. States attempted to avoid desegregation by taking public dollars and sending them to private schools, and white parents intent on maintaining the status quo. Like their freedom of choice plan predecessors, today's school choice private vouchers further entrench racial segregation as they were designed to do. And last year, Congress created the first ever federal voucher program, which could potentially divert tens of billions of public dollars to private actors. Notably, governors decide whether or not to opt their state into this program. HB 930 prevents Maryland from opting in. LDF urges this committee to adopt this measure and protect the right to education for all Maryland children and families. Private schools are not required to comply with foundational civil rights laws. These schools are not required to enroll all applicants and have a history of rejecting students of color, students with disabilities, and LGBTQI students. Nor do many private or religious schools provide sufficient accommodation for students with disabilities. Many even require accepted students to waive disability rights protections. School voucher programs are also associated with higher rates of expulsion and dropouts, leading to lower educational quality for Black students and other students of color. School vouchers do not benefit all students. For the vast majority of American families, particularly Black families, other families of color, and low-income families, school choice is no meaningful choice at all. Across states, private school programs consistently fail to deliver meaningful educational opportunity for families. They subsidize private schools and children who already attend them. In most programs, the majority of recipients never enrolled in public schools, and public districts lose critical funding. Many of these programs operate with little accountability or transparency, and all indications from Treasury so far indicate that the federal program will be no different. We urge support of this bill. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair Wilkins and members of the Ways and Means Committee. I am Charlamar Douglas, Education Justice Advocate and Analyst for the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity in Education. Education has always been prized as a ticket to a better life. Centuries ago, many of my ancestors put their lives on the line to learn how to read. Access to education was deemed so critical that it was one of the first things recently freed Black communities developed during the Reconstruction era. In the 1960s, our young people continued to overcome immeasurable odds. Today, our young people face a new threat: federal privatization of K-12 education. Our public schools are under attack from programs like the federal voucher tax credit recently passed by Congress and championed by President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which aims to funnel money away from public education. This new federal voucher tax credit is designed to hide its intentions, shifting money from public to private schools by providing a one-of-a-kind dollar-for-dollar tax credit that funnels taxpayer funds into private schools. The federal government will be giving up billions of dollars in tax revenue annually. This extraordinary cost, estimated to be up to $51 billion per year, will likely force the federal government to cut funding for critical public services, including the funding of our public schools. Our public schools rely on, like IDA and Title I. Mari acknowledges that many parents are understandably concerned about public education, but the state of Maryland has made a commitment to reinvest in public education through the Blueprints Maryland's Future. The blueprint represents a renewed commitment to improving our public education system so that all students can succeed. It creates new accountability metrics to ensure, and I'll stop here. Maryland should pass HB 930, reject federal vouchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. First question from Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I keep hearing the word voucher, and I've looked through everything possible and don't see reference to it. And I've even looked up the definition of voucher when it pertains to education. And I'm confused because a voucher is more or less intended for a particular individual. So if I contribute, if I take this $1,700 or $3,400 for my spouse and I, can I give that to an individual in the form of a voucher?
No, but
So why are we using the word
but the scholarship granting organization that is authorized under the law can give it to private school scholarship or private scholarships to pay for private school tuition. So again, in the previous panel, I appreciate the delegates' support for public schools, but in the law, SGOs have the authority, not the state, to distribute the funds. And because SGOs can give to scholarships to pay for private school tuition, yes, there is the potential for scaling up of voucher programs in your state.
But there's no incentive for me if I have a child or a grandchild, because I can't say I'm going to be benefiting a particular individual when I contribute, correct?
Delegate, the individual does not have control of distributing of the funds. When you donate in your county of Worcester, which obviously also I want to point out, your county is doing an excellent job, your public schools, your superintendent, in raising literacy rates by third grade, raising math rates, right? By middle school, you lead the state. Your public schools lead the state in doing that. But if you were to give it, hold on, if you were to give a donation.
We get the least amount.
Yeah, if you were to give a donation though, right, to this program, the SGO would determine if it goes to public schools or private schools. And if the SGO is supportive of vouchers, then that's where the money will go.
But I appreciate your compliment on Worcester County.
Absolutely, you're doing great work.
We do that with the least amount of state funding in the state. So my other question, I keep hearing of the $51 billion potential expense to the federal government. If Maryland doesn't opt in and take the benefit of it, isn't it true that as a resident of Maryland, I can still contribute to this and benefit education in other states?
It is true. I have not figured out how the Maryland General Assembly can completely undo acts of Congress. Unfortunately, H.R. 1 does create that ability where your federal tax dollars could be used in other states. Ideally, we would have 50 states agree not to opt in to this program, and it would end it. There's no indication that that would be the case. There are a lot of states that are motivated to support private schools. Maryland has not been one of them, and they should not take that step this year.
And we know that other states have already opted in, correct? So there's going to be a cost to the federal government. So I guess isn't that so?
Well, only on the technical sense. There are zero rules around this, so nobody has actually opted in. They've given indications that they intend to opt in.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll go to Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill, and thank you to the panel. Just a couple of questions. I'm trying to clarify some of the information in the testimony. You were speaking about, equity with the Boost program and who receives it, but the data I show of the 2,796 students that received Boost, 1,632 were children of color. Can you speak to that? It seems like disproportionately going to people of color.
Sure.
Which is a good thing.
Two parts. The state of Maryland has established some pretty significant guardrails around how our voucher program is created, how the Boost program is created, to target students in poverty, ideally to target students who were not already attending a private school. Unfortunately, voucher programs across the country do not have those same types of requirements. And certainly the
With
federal...
respect, we're not talking about the country, we're talking about Maryland.
I know, but it matters because the bill that you heard earlier cites the stipulations that's in federal law. And federal law does not have anywhere near the standards that the state of Maryland has had. And what I'm sharing with you is it is unclear to me in an advocacy space that the U.S. Department of Treasury guidelines will allow the state of Maryland to establish any guardrails around what SGOs could or could not cover.
And then I just want to point out some data points to your question. So if you disaggregate the data in terms of the students who participated in Boost, and we just looked at the latest state report, disproportionately, the Boost program supports white students. So 42% of Boost students are white students, which is only, makes up 31% of students in the state. And then when you go down to actually how much the Boost program actually supported public school students, 54% of rejected applicants from Boost last year were from public schools. And 3,000 of those students who actually utilized the program, only 319 were new applicants from public schools. So not only is it not serving students of color, and it's not even benefiting public school students.
I disagree. So I'm looking at the exact data from Department of Education right now. 1164 white, 833 African American, 422 Latino, 132 more races, 145 other, 88 Asian, 8 Indian or Alaska Native, 6 Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islanders. So of that, again, well over nearly 2/3 are people of color.
Ed Trust would be happy to share with you our analysis from the report, the state report.
This is from Department of Education.
Just telling you what we're looking at.
Moving on to my next question, just to dive in a little bit. So talk about graduation rates and success rates. According to the information State Department of Education provides, graduation rates are only 2% lower with the Boost program than public schools, but 100% of Boost program students are from households of poverty, where public schools take up everybody from every community, no matter the demographic. So I would say, isn't it good that students from disadvantaged communities have a fighting chance to compete with students even in the best communities in Maryland?
I'm happy to start. First, this bill isn't about the Boost voucher program.
Well, you guys brought it up, so I just want to make sure.
I understand.
Because it's kind of adjacent.
But it's actually important related to this bill because while the Boost voucher program is targeted to low-income students, the HR 1 federal voucher program absolutely is not. Keep in mind, the federal standard is 300% of average median regional income. This is $450,000 plus in terms of an individual's income. Our Boost requirements on income are based on poverty levels, not average median levels. So we need to get as far away from the federal version of this. I do not want to expand the Boost voucher program, but the guardrails that have been in place around that have been a more prudent approach, which has allowed Maryland to show if we're going to make bad policy decisions like a voucher program, at least let's limit the damage by targeting it the way Boost does.
I would say these kids think it's no damage happening. I think they're giving them a fighting chance. But I appreciate your answers. Thank you for being here.
I see lots of questions. All right, let's go to Delegate Hornberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to switch gears here and talk separation of powers.
Not science?
Not science. Is it your understanding, or have you gotten an AG opinion on whether or not the legislature has the ability to block the governor from opting into this?
I have not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move next to Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is for the delegate. When you read Treasurer Davis's letter of information, Did it cause you any concern as far as the impact on the 529 program? And I believe I was here the last time we had a hearing on that, and I don't know that I've ever seen the halls so full. As far as people that were here voicing their concerns. And I know that the treasurer has done an amazing job of kind of revamping and getting all of that under control with his levels of communication and transparency about the program. So he expressed a lot of concerns about that, and he expressed some constitutional concerns as far as pre-existing contract rights and vested rights without having due process to account holders. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Well, thank you, Delegate. I appreciate it. And the halls were filled on the 529 prepaid trust issues. And the treasurer has done an extraordinary job of sorting that out and unwinding that problem. And I give him great credit for that. On this issue, I will state that I believe that the reason our tax income subtractions were done were to encourage people to save long-term for college. They were never intending to be used for K through 12 education. That changed in 2017 and is getting even greater with this bill. And so I believe that we should put a limit on it.
Do we, is currently under the Blueprints model, one of the most successful aspects of the Blueprint is the dual enrollment, which is in K through 12. And we have our early college programs that are affording students so many opportunities, but we have to scale back because we don't have the funding. So would this affect that?
It won't affect that, no.
So they could still use it for
It is a higher
in K
expense.
through 12?
It is a higher expense.
Okay, so they can still use that, they can still do early college?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, if you're sure. And then the constitutional part?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But I will, if I may add, that all 529 account holders were sent out a letter in December that described HR 1 and the changes, and there was a sentence in it. It was very clear that this is all dependent on Maryland deciding to agree to it.
Okay, thank you,
So
Delegate.
there was notification to all account holders.
Okay, thank you. So the other question, some of the other questions I have, so you're saying on one hand that it's premature to take any action on this, yet on the other hand, you want to completely opt him out, not give any option. You don't want the governor to opt into it at all. So which is it? Is it premature to take action, or you demand that the governor not take action?
So it's definitely premature to take action, but I would hope that the governor would not take action, would not participate in this program.
So even if, to my good friend's question, so can these dollars be used for public school students?
If an SGO is authorized and their program, how they would administer those dollars, support public school students, absolutely. It appears to be permissible under the federal law. What the federal rules are, we still don't know.
Correct.
I also want to
Okay.
point out just one distinction of supporting public school students versus supporting public schools. You all deliver state dollars to local school systems to administer programs. These dollars would not replace those. The supplemental instruction and the type of things that might support individual students appears to be within a purview of an SGO, but replacing state funding or local funding of our schools would not happen through an SGO.
So, okay, wait, hold on, please. So with following up what you're saying, then how are you taking, many times it's stated it redirects public resources. You're saying they don't have the authority, they wouldn't have the authority to do that, the scholarship granting organization. So how are they redirecting public resources then?
Well, so they're redirecting federal resources under the bill, under the HR 1.
So they're redirecting public resources is
Right.
something that you were saying, and that our school systems would not supplant. So are all schools funded at the same level now?
No.
So if all schools aren't funded at the same level, would we not, and these scholarships can go to public school students, would we not want to offer the same benefits to all our public school students through scholarship granting organizations? Because right now, we have school students that are funded at 3 times more than others. We have schools in my county that my superintendent has told us that they have so many resources they are over resourced at some schools, and at other schools, they can't afford to keep their teachers there. So how can this, I'm asking the gentleman from MSEA.
Let's get to Delegate. These are really important questions, but I
Yes.
want you to please succinctly ask the question so we can get an answer and move on to the next.
So could these scholarship granting organizations supplement resources that are not currently being directed to our schools through the funding model that we currently have right now?
We do not know, because the Treasury rules are not written. And I thought one of the questions that was posed during your bill presentation is actually an interesting one to wrestle with, which is if Maryland could establish rules that SGOs only are in place to support public school students, is that a program that we would move forward with? And that seems to be a conversation worth having. But if Treasury comes back and says, we are not going to allow a state like Maryland to limit their SGO portfolio to only public school supported programming, public school student supported programming, that it must have private school programming, which is what we expect, then that is a program that we should not be entering into.
So we have different expectations, because I expect there to be a very vigorous role for public schools and public school students, including our non-public placements. So with non-public placements right now, sometimes parents have to really fight to get into that. Sure. And a lot of our students with disabilities need a lot of extra services that parents can't afford. Scholarship granting organizations can go to that. So if the rules were written so that states do have the ability to do guidelines, and if it were geared more toward public schools, or at least there's an equitable distribution between the two, would you support something like that? And if this bill passes, you would not have the opportunity to?
Well, if this bill passes, first, the federal law says that the governor makes a decision every year. So Delegate Hornberger's question, I think, is a relevant one as to what the binding aspect of this is. Delegate Patterson referenced testimony from MSEA in relation to your bill that establishes a lot more guardrails and guidelines than the federal law does, that if there was ever a conversation about if Maryland was going to go this route, that would be the starting point of what needed to be in place to allow for a Maryland-supported SGO program, in my opinion.
And I think there's ways that we can work together on working some of this out, but absolutely doing a plausible denial, because can I still, as a taxpayer, take advantage of this benefit? And so what's going to happen then to Maryland students if I take my $1,700? It's not going to have any impact on if myself in Maryland, and if any students, any taxpayer in any of the 50 states can take advantage of this, with whether or not their state opts in or out. Is that correct?
Well, states would have to opt in for there to be a program that a taxpayer could take advantage of.
Well, I'm not, no. I could take advantage of this federal tax credit without, even if, well, yeah, there would have to be one state at least.
Exactly.
That state would get billions and billions and billions of dollars if it was.
Correct.
So if that is true, and Maryland is the one that doesn't, what happens to the money at the federal level?
Well, that is a huge challenge with all of this, because as you know, and we shared in the briefing that you had earlier in the session, and why you've heard this panel talk about federal dollars for IDEA and Title I, is that the billions that are potentially in play for these federal dollars being diverted is exactly putting those programs at risk. The federal government already fails to meet the mark for what it should be doing for students with special education needs.
When has it ever met the mark?
It hasn't, but
This
it
is
is a
not
lot
new.
further from it now than it was 10 years ago.
There's only 1 year it's even been close.
It was at 18% of the high mark. It is at 11% of IDEA funds now. And under an expansion of a program like this, the ability for the federal government to have dollars to support its obligation for education will be reduced even more.
Well, then maybe we can
Delegate,
set
I
up
think this is becoming a back and forth conversation right now that maybe,
which we can take
I'd like the
offline.
two of
Happy
you to
to
take,
have that
thank you, I'd like the two
discussion.
of you to take that offline. I appreciate that. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get the underlying side of 12 years, boost, anything that could help private school whatsoever is anathema. And the fundamental underpinning, as I understand it, is that every kid that goes to a private school is a kid that wouldn't go to a public school. And every kid that goes to a public school is money that wouldn't go to public schools because we have a formula that says we get a certain amount of money for every kid. But the money that we have is finite. So the statistics seem to suggest that over the last 5 years, public school enrollment has actually gone down. There's less kids in the K through 12 or pre-K through 12. I'm not sure if they evaluated pre-K, so let's leave that out in 2001. Less kids in public schools today than what there were 5 years from now. There's thousands of more employees overall, even though I hated to see Baltimore County just announced last night they may lay off 300 personnel, including teachers, to comply with the raises associated with the blueprint and other costs. Gonna have to lay teachers off. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. I didn't think that's what the point of all this was to lay teachers off. But we have thousands of more employees for thousands of less kids. So what is the theory that somehow we need to direct more students from private schools into public schools and that we'll have more money for them? Because I guess 2 points. Number one, we're already losing kids from public schools. We're hiring more employees across all levels to provide services to fewer kids. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but the math doesn't work. And number two, it seems to me we only have so much money. So you're concerned about this program may enable or direct kids to go to private school and then the public schools will lose money. But we only have so much money. We're spending $70.8 million this year. If we had 1,000 more kids or 2,000 more kids or 3,000 more kids and you applied the formulas and came back and said, well, now it would be $75 billion or $73 billion. We don't have the money. We just raised taxes $1.6 million last year. You've heard the governor, you've heard the speaker, billion. You've heard the speaker, you've heard the Senate president, not raising any taxes. So if we had more kids and the formula that didn't go to private school, how would we get the money to feed that back into our public schools? Where would it come from? I mean, I think that's the utter fallacy of our educational programmatic system, is that we assume that every kid is worth money. And the money, so we want to keep the kids in the public schools so we get more money and everybody gets paid more. But we don't have the money, and we're losing kids from the public schools. And this program, as I understand it, enables people to make a tax-free contribution at the federal level, doesn't affect their revenues or obligations to Maryland, and that those people can channel that money around these organizations to provide for either scholarships or they can provide for educational supports outside of the traditional, 8:30 to 3:30 schedule for public school kids. Why is that bad?
Well, Delegate Buckle, I have never thought that we need to get kids in our schools to get more money in our schools. Our public schools are like the bedrock of our democracy. They open the doors, they take all comers, and they try to provide them with a free and appropriate public education.
I appreciate that, but I went to private school for high school. So did a lot of people in this room. I went to public school through 8th grade. I sent my son to public school. My daughter went to private school almost her whole life. Are we not? I reject the assumption that where you went to school somehow changes whether you're a bedrock to democracy. Because what it seems to me is that public schools are very important for people who want to utilize the public schools. Maybe it's their only option. Maybe it's their best option. I'm sending my son to public school. That's my best option. But for other people who say, hey, I might want to have the opportunity for my kid to go to another school, it fits them better. It's my choice for my kid. It fits them better. But we continually try to throw up roadblocks. I know everybody hates Boost. I get it. Everybody up there, not for Boost. I get it. State tax dollars. I get it. This isn't anybody's tax dollars. This isn't any of your money. This isn't any money that's going to come to the state of Maryland and be used to pay for the
Are
salaries
we
of
getting
the
to the
K-12 students.
question, Delegate?
I am getting to the question.
Thank you.
Why is it that a family who sends their kids to private school is somehow detracting from the public schools of Maryland?
Because it's taking away from public school enrollment, which is the primary driver in
of the
terms of how
money.
state funding operates.
Yep.
And the majority of Maryland students go to public schools. So when you are creating a program that creates a marketplace for private school vouchers, then you're taking away the opportunity, the learning, and also the economic mobility for the majority of your constituents in your state.
So it is about the money.
And because we have seen that when you start these voucher programs and you start these kind of universal programs or broad-based programs, they get out of control. There's no way to stop their growth, and they end up costing the state actually more money without any real measurable outcomes across the board for students that are positive. And so we really think focusing on not creating a two-tier system where some folks go here and some folks go there and folks are at the under-resourced schools, or really focusing on a school that creating a system that provides equal opportunity for all is really where we should be focused. And it's not about, and a couple of things, you mentioned I'm sending money to another state. You're not sending money to another state, you'd be sending it to a private school, a private actor. You're sending it to support, most of the time, students who already attend private schools, most of the time wealthy students. Even when we see places like Arizona where the money can go to both public schools and private schools, it still disproportionately goes to private schools. And when it does go to public schools, it disproportionately goes to wealthy districts. And so we still don't see the equitable outcomes that we're looking for. And so the reality is the way that these programs operate in practice and how they will operate under this program based on everything we know so far is that they will continue to perpetuate the inequity that spawned these programs to begin with.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that's my final comment or statement is that what it comes down to is I think what you guys would like to do is eliminate private schools so that all the kids went to the public schools.
No one is here advocating for that. The advocacy, honestly, Delegate, the advocacy through and through is that public dollars should be spent on public schools.
Are these monies public dollars? This is
Absolutely.
How are they public
They're
dollars?
federal dollars. They're federal public tax dollars.
Is the federal government decreasing the amount of educational support to the public schools of Maryland as a result of this bill?
It potentially could.
Probably.
How?
All right, IDEA and Title I are 14 or almost $20+ billion. As we said, this program is projected to be about $51 billion annually. Because it isn't a revenue driver, that it's adding to the debt, and I'm sure my fiscal conservative is in this room.
So you think
we want
Congress
to make
cares
sure that
about
we
the
pay
debt?
down our debt, that then Congress will have to make a decision because of this ballooning program, what needs to be cut. And I'll tell you, we fear that Title I IDA would be on the chopping block.
I appreciate your viewpoint. I think that's a massive amount of speculation, but thank you.
8% of public school dollars come from the federal government.
Delegate Eversole.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for your presentation today. I appreciate your commitment. We've talked about a couple of programs that exist. Let's start with 529s, all right? Great program, right? Until we opened it up to K-12, and suddenly what it became was a vehicle for people to save tax dollars. We know this is still true, and I would love to end this. I can start a 529 account. I can put money into it. I can take it back out an hour later, and all of that money will not be taxable income. If indeed I claim that I'm spending it on tuition. By the way, there's no check for that. I can just say I did, and that's good enough. This is an abuse of that system, okay? So we put in these systems and we say it's gonna be great, we're gonna be saving money, some kids will go to private schools with this, it's gonna be a really nice thing, but look how it gets used incorrectly, and there's a fair amount of abuse of this, especially at the very beginning. Now we look at Boost, and you've talked about that. I have the statistic that says in the first year that Boost was placed in, 78% of the students who accessed Boost were already in a private school and went to it. So all Boost was doing was displacing money so that that private school could have more money to spend on perhaps other things, maybe lacrosse players rather than disadvantaged players, okay, disadvantaged students. And so now we come around to this one, and there is reasonably suspicion, okay? Because you're the one, Ms. Harrington, you mentioned Boost and some of the abuses, and I appreciated that you talked about that, how programs sometimes are used not in the way we intended. So we talk about opportunity, and I'm getting to a question, I promise, I'm almost there. All right, thank you. But I wanted to lay the groundwork for this. This is a program they're going to say, and I asked this question of the previous panel on a similar bill. Yes, there are some programs out there that can be supported. How much opportunity is there for that kind of support versus the kind of opportunity there is just to give tuition to students to go to a private school or to support them? This is a generalized question. I'm sure you don't have statistics, but let's talk about that for a minute. How much opportunity there would be to use this money to support a certain type of school and a certain type of student, and not every student in the state? Anyone?
Yes, as the previous panel on House Bill 455 said, this money, based on the law, could potentially go to public schools, and it could go to support after-school programs, high-intensity tutoring, a lot of academic enrichment programs. I think the issue is, as Sean has pointed out, is one, we don't know how the Trump administration is going to regulate on this program, if they're actually going to allow flexibility for SGOs who want to support public schools to do that. State authority is another question. In the law, SGOs are the ones who determine the distribution of the funds. There are minimal federal requirements that a state can use to approve SGOs. Yes, Maryland might want to have a more rigorous and robust accountability and data transparency model in terms of how they approve SGOs, but based on the law, it's minimal. And based on conversations that we've had with the Treasury Department, it seems as if they see this as a tax policy and not an education program. So again, I think in terms of opportunity, if you wanted to target this program to public schools and that it would benefit low-income, Black and brown students, students with disabilities, multilingual learners, that authority lies with the SGO based on the law. And until we see the regs, I think the state should not opt in because we don't know enough.
And we know that most of the SGOs right now function to provide private school vouchers. So public schools would already be at a disadvantage. There are not any organizations that right now I believe, would automatically qualify to be this sort of SGO as it's defined in the statute to only benefit public school students. So there is no way for the governor or this group to make sure that that money is going to public school students. There's no way. And Treasury is, from our conversations, is not interpreting it to give that type of flexibility at the state level. They're saying if it meets these minimal qualifications of being SGO, it has to be on the list. And that's the list we're going with.
And I thank you for that answer. And I would suggest, and I want to know if you agree with this, that the reason most of those SGOs exist to do what you described, help the private school sector, is because there's greater opportunity there. There's a lot more ways money can be used toward that. And I suspect because if there are more ways, there will continue to be more ways. And I do have yet another question. I know you're going to say the answer is we don't know, but could the state limit which type? Could we put restrictions on what type of SGO would receive these funds?
We don't know, but every indication from the request for information that Treasury put out in December and from conversations that we've had with Treasury staff is that states will not be able to do that.
Right, and so in that case, we couldn't guarantee that every federal dollar, my dollars, okay, my tax dollars, I couldn't guarantee they were going to public schools. Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Delegate Pelagovich-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I just have one question on this scholarship piece, kind of getting back to the taxes of it. So it's not clear to me how donors could donate. Like, is it limited to just like cash, check, credit card, or could they donate in other ways, say donating stocks? Because there's been some claims here on both bills today that this doesn't cost the state anything, but it occurs to me that if someone's allowed to donate stock, that actually could be an end run around our capital gains tax, and this actually would have a cost to the state level. Is there clarity yet? And I realize we're still waiting for guidance from the federal government if stocks could be donated.
We're still waiting on the federal regs, but if stocks could be donated, it would affect our capital gains in Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question about the schools. I remember in my old days at the ACLU, we used to have questions about with Boost, and certain schools could discriminate or they could be selective. Is it an accurate statement that the schools that might receive these fundings have the opportunity to, I'm not going to talk about discrimination today, but certainly be selective from a standpoint of academic criteria or other criteria? And if so, can you articulate what some of that criteria might be?
Yes, absolutely. Most private schools do not comply. Many private schools do not comply with federal civil rights laws. They're not beholden to foundational federal civil rights laws. They determine who they admit. They determine how they do discipline. They determine how whether students can remain enrolled and stay enrolled and thrive. And so we see that in terms of who they admit. And so we've seen that they disproportionately don't admit Black students, other students of color, low-income students, students with disabilities. They make some students with disabilities waive their rights to sufficient accommodations just to go to the school. So we've seen that when we're talking about choice, the choice is not on the student. The choice is not on the parents. It's the school's choice. They're choosing who to admit, and they're admitting disproportionately folks who already attended there or high-wealth white students to attend their schools.
Is it true that they can also be selected from a standpoint of academic or religious standpoint? Also, can we talk about quickly just kind of the disciplinary impact as well? Is it true that we see kind of disproportionate disciplinary records from that standpoint from sometimes in these schools that is difficult for us to kind of remedy? Like a public school, we get the data, we can remedy it, or we can at least have a policy conversation about it. Is that something that we have access to in this standpoint?
Most private schools aren't subject to the same level of accountability and transparency that public schools are subject to. And so, yes, they many of them have higher rates of expulsion and dropouts and other metrics. But again, there's not the level of reporting and oversight of these private schools, and that will continue even under this federal program.
I thank you for putting that into some good words for me. I got one more question, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Really, is it that so? Because we had a question that talked about the potential impact of if this money, which is federal tax dollars, weren't coming to the feds, what the impact could be. I'm going to harken back to just Tuesday's Early Childhood and Special Education Subcommittee, where we had a great question from Delegate Long, which asked how much money is supposed to come to the state from a standpoint of IDEA, and how much are we actually getting? And isn't it true that we were committed about 40% from the federal government when the bill was passed, but we're only getting about 17% of that funding now, and it's having a significant impact on our ability to make ends meet on the local education, on the local level for special education in particular. Can you give me some high level on that?
It is only 11%. Oh, thank you for the question. It's only 11%, Delegate. And this federal tax benefit is dollar for dollar. So those are less, so if you donate to these scholarship funds, the federal government is collecting less in taxes, and it's less money they have to fund other public school.
I appreciate y'all for helping me get that clarity. And thank you for correcting the number. I know we had 17% said in my subcommittee, but 11%.
My experts here say 11.
That's even worse. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Delegate Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Forbes. I think you were looking at me. I was feeling like you were looking at me when you were talking about 529. So if you recall, we talked about that and my constituent who had a question. So here's my question, since you've done more legwork since we spoke. I just wanted an answer for him. He's been putting into 529, using it appropriately, okay, for scholarship. But he was at the disability point for his last child, for that child, and wanted to take out some of the money, always put in more than was required, was going to leave most in. He wanted to take some out because he felt that he had to be able to serve his child, and it was going to cost money, and then he wanted to be able to keep up once he got to level ground and continue, pick up, putting it back in. He was afraid that he would not be able to do that. Based on your bill, what would, or anything else you know, what do I tell him? Can he do that and pick back up, or where is he?
So I spoke with him briefly,
good.
but that isn't the situation he relayed to me in the conversation.
Okay.
But so I'm happy to go through with you the specifics of his situation offline, but he can always continue to add money, and there are, if you're not using it for qualified education expenses now, there are penalties for taking money out of a 529.
So he would have to pay that penalty.
But I don't know what his situation is, but there is a penalty now, currently, if you take money out of a 529 for educational expenses that are, for things that are not educational expenses and covered under the law.
Okay.
And that is for everyone. If you take money out and don't use them for qualified educational expenses, there's a
Qualified
penalty.
education, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Any other questions for this panel of witnesses? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for the great responses and discussion. Colleagues, we are moving on to one more favorable witness, Christopher Cano, and then we will move to a panel of those in opposition.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the members of SEIU Local 500 are deeply committed to strengthening and protecting Maryland's public education system from early childhood through higher ed, and this bill is an important step in ensuring Maryland's tax policies aligns with those values. The three critical changes that have been covered in this bill are important, but the first and most important one, I would say, is the provision that prevents Maryland from subsidizing private school voucher-style programs through the tax code. Public dollars should strengthen public schools that serve all students, not be redirected in ways that undermine equitable funding and accountability. Second, this bill decouples Maryland from, again, these federal tax changes, and they allow tax advantage funds to be diverted to K-12 private school tuition that weakens the original purpose and disproportionately benefits families who already have greater financial resources when it comes to 529 plans. And third, the bill requiring certain employer contributions to these so-called Trump accounts and certain distributions are not used for qualified higher education expenses to be added back into Maryland's adjusted gross income. This ensures that Maryland does not inadvertently provide tax benefits for programs or expenditures that do not align with the state's higher education priorities. Look, at a time where Maryland is working to fully implement the blueprint for Maryland's future and expand access to affordable education, it's critical that the tax code reinforces, not undermines those goals. Our public education system depends on stable and equitable funding, and tax policies that siphon resources towards private education subsidies or broaden tax-preferred accounts beyond their original intent threaten that stability. And that's why our members believe that strongly funded public schools remain the focus that will strengthen our schools, support working families, and expand access to higher education. And this bill protects Maryland's fiscal integrity and preserves the original purpose of our educating-related tax benefits. In regards to the back and forth that I just saw, I would just say look at my original home state of Florida and the issues that they're having with SGOs and these various vouchers, if you don't want to get into that fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Delegate Miller, you have a question for this witness? Oh. Okay. Oh, you do? Okay.
I knew you weren't going to let me go easy
I don't
with
blame
that one.
him. He's like, I'm out. I understand. Many people feel that way when my light comes on. I just had a question that occurred to me. So when you're talking about the blueprint and all the things we're doing to fund it, how are we funding students that are in rural poverty? Do you believe rural poverty is a real thing? Do you think?
Our rural education is greatly affected by school funding. The blueprint in itself is working to address it as best it can. I mean, you all folks designed it, so I'm going to leave it up to y'all's expertise as to how you execute it properly.
And I agree. And I would add that I feel that rural poverty is not being addressed in the blueprint because it's all concentration of poverty. But thank you. Thank you for your answer, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for this witness? All right, seeing none, we will move forward with a panel of those in opposition. Jonathan Alexander, Ariel Sadwin, Garrett O'Day, and we have one virtual witness, Steve Whistler.
You go first. Is that the only working one? No, those are working. Thank you. All right.
Someone can please start.
Madam Chair, thank you. Vice Chair Feldmark, Chair Wilkins, members of the committee, thank you very much. Garrett O'Day with the Maryland Catholic Conference in opposition to 930. This is and I'm speaking on behalf of the public and the private school students, regardless. We have 1 million Maryland Catholics. We have a lot of kids, the majority of them, of course, do attend public schools as well. And this is my 13th session in Annapolis. I know it's not a long time, but I have to say that this is one of the most perplexing education-related bills that I've seen, because this is why I feel that way. The education tax credit, the federal education tax credit, helps public, non-public, and charter students. While it's for the benefit of the public school students, all I've heard from the opposition thus far is, well, this gives kids an option to get a scholarship, potentially to attend a non-public school, so we need to cut it off. I've heard a lot about the need for opportunity, and this is just that. To make an example, the LEA foundations can act as SGOs. And for example, you can control your dollars to go to public school students if you want to give to the LEA Foundation. That's 501c3 that can act as an SGO for the public school system. Opting into this tax credit will raise hundreds of millions of dollars in Maryland for students, and opting in costs Maryland nothing. Democrats for Education Reform have estimated, based on a mere 30% Maryland taxpayer participation, that this could raise $550 million for education dollars for students in the state of Maryland. So opting in is a no-brainer, and those are not my words. Those are the words of President Obama's former Education Secretary, Arne Duncan, in the Washington Post. Just to be clear, those that support this bill are asking you to oppose a plan that's for the benefit of public school students as well, could raise hundreds of millions of dollars, cost our state nothing to opt in, and it has overwhelming bipartisan popularity and support. You can see the polling numbers in our testimony, but 80% of Democrats and 76% of Republican voters that were polled on whether the governor should opt in to the federal education tax credit said they support it. Okay, so it's a huge number. It's a total of 78% of Maryland voters that were polled. So thank you very much. We ask that you oppose 930 for those reasons, and I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Madam Chair, my name is Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute. I'm grateful to be able to share this testimony with you in opposition to House Bill 930. This bill, with respect, has to be one of the most tone-deaf tax bills you will see this session. This is at a moment when Maryland parents are working harder than ever to keep more of their money. We are already encouraging educational plans that work for their children, but this bill moves in exactly the opposite direction. And as stated by the sponsor, she iterated the point, and I do not believe for a second that the sponsors of this bill are philosophically in opposition to the type of education reward behavior that our state already embraces through our existing 529. What this is doing is drawing a red line around K through 12 schools. And all of that seems to happen for a word that we've been using all day that matters to no one outside of this room, which is decoupling. That does not matter to anyone outside of this room. What does matter to the people outside of this room? To put a fine point on it, the 84% of Black families, when they were asked about this initiative, say yes, make my money go further so I can take my kid to a school that works for them, or let me keep my money, let me put my child where they can do best. 84% of Black families want us to walk through this door, so we should reject House Bill 930.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Ways and Means Committee. I've been in this committee room many, many times over the years. Some of you will remember me when we used to come and talk about the various programs for non-public schools. This is the first time that I recall being an opponent to legislation in this committee room. So just for the record. My name is Rabbi Ariel Sadwin. I'm the Executive Director of Agudath Israel of Maryland, representing more than 10,000 Jewish day school students across our state. I'm also the president of Maryland Cape, which is our state's non-public school coalition, representing 140,000 students who attend over 1,000 non-public schools. I, too, issue my opposition to House Bill 930, and like my co-panelists, I won't go into the same detail as they have, just to be quick and brief. I know you've sat here for a long time. The words no-brainer have been uttered by many people, that this program will be helpful to everyone in Maryland, regardless of where you go to school. It will go ahead and bring in private dollars, fostering public-private partnerships to assist Maryland in some of the financial education challenges that Maryland has through the way the SGOs are used. And yes, of course, it will help provide private school scholarships, because that is why you have a lobbyist for the non-public schools here in the room. I will also point out, as was mentioned, the bipartisan support, how organizations that are lockstock with Democrats are supporting this and pushing for this with great passion. Colleagues of mine have been working on this issue for 30 years to have a federal scholarship program with both administrations, Democrat, Republican, and everything in between. Just to mention a second, the 529 program, that's something that we have worked on extensively, especially since 2018 when it went into effect. And we appreciate the fact that this legislature has allowed this to continue to provide benefits for all Maryland parents. K-12 is not exclusively private education. K-12 is also public education when they opt to go to a school that is not their assigned school. Pulling out the K-12 part of this program is going to cause untold chaos for the families that are participating and have been since 2018. Just to close, I will say, please issue an unfavorable report to House Bill 930. There's good policies that are debated here. This is not good policy, and I ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you so much. Mr. Whistler, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name again is Steve Whistler. I serve as president of the Carroll County Board of Education, Maryland State Chairman of the National School Boards Coalition, and I am a former Maryland Public Schools educator. I've dedicated much of my professional life to strengthening public education in our state, and it's from that perspective, as both a public school leader and former educator, that I urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 930. This bill is presented as a tax decoupling measure, but its practical impact is clear. It restricts educational flexibility for Maryland families. Specifically, the bill prohibits our governor from opting into the new federal tax credit scholarship program, and it narrows the state's alignment with federal provisions allowing the use of 529 plans for K-12 expenses. It also disallows Maryland subtraction modification when those funds are used for elementary or secondary education expenses. Taken together, these provisions limit options for our families, especially those seeking the best educational environment for their children. Let me be clear, supporting parental choice doesn't mean opposing public schools. I lead a public school system, and I believe in public education. I believe in accountability, strong curriculum, transparency, and improving outcomes for all of our students. However, I also recognize that not every child thrives in the same setting. Some students require specialized instruction, smaller classroom environments, or additional academic support. Some seek faith-based education, while others remain enrolled in public schools but depend on external tutoring or specialized services to address learning gaps. Educational flexibility allows our families to meet the unique needs of their children. House Bill 930 would make it difficult for families, particularly our low and middle-income families, to access these options. Limiting these tools does not improve public schools. It does not raise student achievement. It simply narrows the pathway for families seeking better opportunities for their kids. Public education should not compete on the strength of its outcomes and the quality of its programs. At a minimum, the states should provide flexibility rather than enacting statutory prohibitions that remove options for their kids. So as a public school educator, leader, former educator, I believe we can strengthen both public education while respecting parental rights. I respectfully urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 930.
Thank you, sir. All right, hearing all of the testimony, a question from Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do promise to be brief, so I'm not looking at you. Could you explain, could one of you explain why this is not a voucher? just briefly, because we heard a lot of voucher talk, and if anyone could take that on.
I'd say it's disingenuous to compare it or say that it is a voucher program. Voucher programs are existing money within Maryland's revenue that are allocated to private schools, much like the Blueprint program does. This is entirely private funded. This is entirely private investments from everyday citizens. The money, if even 30% of the qualified individuals participate, could have upwards of $500 million of private money coming into our education system. So it is not a voucher, doesn't touch our bottom line, does not take away from any of the revenue that's already allocated to public schools.
Thank you. And then can you start, and we heard a lot about the SGOs only going to private schools, that you can't control where the money goes. Can you start an SGO or have an SGO? Can the LEA Foundation, I heard those words. I heard non-public placement with special education is near and dear to my heart. Can you have an SGO that only supports public school students or non-public placements for special education, and that you know where the money would go as long as it goes to more than one school and more than 10 students?
Yes, absolutely. So in the federal law, it's only about 5 pages. It's not that long. And the SGO requirements are that you're a 501c3. You help at least 10 different students attending 2 different schools. So there's nothing to stop public school organizations or even nonprofits right now that advocate for public school students to start an SGO to say, let's help kids that have special needs. Let's help kids that need after-school tutoring. Let's help kids that need transportation. They could narrow those purposes if they wanted to. They could decide that they're only going to give it out to those purposes for kids, say, that attend public schools but need a little bit of tutoring after school or something like that, or to support kids that attend community schools. So absolutely.
And there's auditing requirements and fiscal requirements that are already in law. These are not things that we're guessing at. This is actually information that you can find out about these. It's not up in the air or still in Treasury.
Well, these are at the state level too, because remember, these are going to be organizations that are incorporated at each state level, for example, right? And 501c3 is an application you do through the IRS, so that's dictated through the IRS. I'm not an expert in tax law.
Me neither.
I would bet there's some stuff in there in the Internal Revenue Code about 501c3s.
I do remember seeing that reference. Thank you. And then my last question, I am not a private school expert. I don't know a lot about private schools, actually. The ones that Delegate Ebersol threw me, I don't know. So are there private schools that serve a high percentage of minority students? Because there was a lot of, I thought, surprising information on the last panel about some of the biases and things. So could you guys speak to that?
Yeah, I mentioned that this morning and reiterate the story that I told, spending my last Sunday morning up in Baltimore City at a very popular and historically black church that also has a school that is tailored to helping right the wrongs that have been done in Baltimore City historically, and it does so by having private religious education focused on those kids that need it the most. When the question was asked of parents, and I am trying to maintain composure, when the question was asked of parents, would you like a system where you can either keep more of your money or have private individuals help contribute money to your child attending a school that benefits them? It was overwhelming what the congregation responds to, and that is anecdotal. The empirical evidence says that 84% of black families want this in this state, 84%.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all for your advocacy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very briefly, because I know we've been here for a while, there was some testimony saying that children and voucher programs, even though it's not a voucher program, but children and voucher programs or boost programs have worse outcomes than kids going to public school. Can you speak to that?
I have never seen any such information. I'd love to see it.
I can speak a little bit more to that too as well. It's sort of comparing apples and oranges, because what you have is a set of assessments that are given to students in different school forums, right? Those schools largely are self-reporting or setting the thresholds of what they describe as proficiency. So I don't want to compare the public schools and the private schools. I think, just like Jonathan said, it's important that each parent decide what is the best fit education for their child. But a lot of times on those reports you're talking about, that they're talking about from the Boost program specifically, for example, proficiency is self-reported by the schools, and there may be a much higher threshold, for example, at a particular school to say, okay, we're going to consider a 92 average or a particular test score of 92 as, as the proficiency level, not 65 or something like that. So if that being said, no, it actually is arguable that the students at the Boost schools are doing very, very well. And it is, and we see the testimony, Delia, you've seen it every year. They come down here and they say, this is a godsend. I don't want to make this about the Boost program. I want to make this about the federal education tax credit, though, and that it helps public and private schools and all students, charter schools, students, and it's $550 million in education dollars we'd be passing up to the state of Maryland, which could go elsewhere if we don't opt in. So.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Alexander. What church was that, if you could share?
That's Huber Memorial Church.
That tracks. That's why I want to know. It very much tracks that you're talking about Huber Memorial and the positioning politically that particular congregation and that particular preacher presents on a regular basis. But we don't have to dig into that. What I would like to ask of you, you mentioned the 84% statistics. I was looking in the testimony. I didn't see that that survey in the testimony or in the written testimony. I'm just asking if you could submit that to me. I mean, 84% is stark. I got a math degree. I think that it's very important how questions are asked in surveys. I just would like to analyze that, if you wouldn't mind sharing that with me.
Yeah, and profiling the pastor of a church, of an all African-American church who has lived in the same zip code that he was born in, about 0.4 miles away from the Baltimore City Code that he was born in, was raised there, was an attorney there, and is now a pastor of a church there that caters exclusively to African Americans, and with a school that boasts incredible numbers of African American students within that city that are doing well, not just in K through 12, but going on and doing well in life, regardless of political affiliation. That is a model that we need to follow. Baltimore City needs to follow that model. And if you want the verification for the poll that I mentioned, it was a poll that was done January of 2025, and the numbers, as stark as you may anticipate that they are, 74% of Marylanders across the board agreed to this. 64% of Democrats, and the number that I'm glad that you're the number that I'm glad that you're holding on to is the 84% of African American voters that want this.
I'm clear on that, and by the way, I'm very clear on the church. I'm very clear on the preacher, and he lives on the 900 block of Luzerne, which is in my district. Very clear. I used to attend that church, which is why I have very clear perspective on what we're talking about here. So I'm just asking if you could just send me that survey. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 930. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I'm going to go a little bit out of order and take House Bill 933, which is my bill. I'm going to call up my panel, which is Travis Cutler, Molly Goldman, Lauren Pearl, and Grayson Wiggins. And George Butler will join for technical questions, if necessary, and not reflecting any position on the bill. Good afternoon. Hello, greetings, Madam Vice Chair and the entire committee. For the record, I am Delegate Janelle Wilkins. I'm pleased to present House Bill 933, Sales and Use Tax Certificates Indicating Multiple Points of Use Alterations. This is a priority bill for the Maryland Chamber of Commerce and for businesses headquartered in Maryland. As you know, effective July 1st, 2025, Maryland implemented a 3% tax on data and information technology services. As part of the legislation, Maryland authorized a multiple points of use certificate, or MPU, for transactions that have taxable software and related services used inside and outside of the state. The MPU certificate may be requested and is issued by the comptroller and relieves the vendor of the obligation to collect and remit the sales tax, and requires either the buyer or the member of the affiliated group to whom the items were resold to remit the use tax on the apportioned use in Maryland. HB 933 helps streamline the apportionment of this Maryland tax and reduces the burden on businesses by, instead of requesting MPU authorization from the comptroller at each transaction, the bill makes the certificate valid for 2 years. It allows the multiple points of use certificate provided to a vendor to remain in effect for all future purchases until it expires or it is rescinded. It also requires the seller to verify the MPU. HB 933 streamlines the implementation process for multi-state transactions in businesses and helps to ensure that businesses pay the right and fair amount required by Maryland law, as well as ensures compliance. I want to note that we're continuing to work with the Chamber, with Maryland businesses, and the Comptroller's Office to fine-tune this legislation, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 933.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. First, I want to thank Chair Wilkins for bringing the bill and for working with us and helping pull stakeholders together to help solve this issue. As she mentioned, this has been a process that we've been working on for some time. You're going to hear from a few of our members in a moment, members of the Chamber of Commerce. I also want to thank the Comptroller's Office for continuing to work with us. We've had several meetings with them. I think we're very, very close to a final product. And, you know, again, thank you to Chair Wilkins for helping us come together and solve this issue and help streamline the process.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Travis Cutler here on behalf of Marriott International, proudly headquartered in Maryland since 1955, and looking forward to our 100th birthday as a company coming up next year in 2027. Also want to thank the chair for sponsoring this bill. We're here in support of the measure. As a global company operating hotels in 143 different countries, the MPU process is something that we've utilized over the past year. We have roughly 4,500 folks based at our corporate headquarters in Bethesda, but that's a small fraction of our global workforce that exceeds 400,000 worldwide. So needless to say, a lot of the services that we purchase on an enterprise scale are for use amongst our network outside the state. I do want to thank the Comptroller's Office and staff as well. We've had a lot of dialogue with them over the past year as they've established the current MPU certification process. Having said that, we do think there's some room for improvement, and this bill reflects some of those improvements, and so we're hopeful for a favorable report today. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for allowing us to speak today. My name is Lauren Pearl. I'm the Vice President of Tax at Under Armour. I'm here to speak in favor of this Tax Administration Bill 933. This bill will save hundreds of hours of administrative work for my company and other companies, allowing us to spend time to accurately calculate tax and remit tax instead of doing administrative work. This bill will allow us to issue blanket MPU certificates to vendors we're purchasing IT and software services from, which are used by our entire global company, not just here within Maryland. Under current law, we're required to provide an approval, get an approval from the comptroller's office prior to issuing these certificates. And this approval is required on a transaction by transaction basis. We cannot provide one certificate to a vendor. This is in contrast to how Maryland operates for resale transactions and also tax exemptions. So I, as a reseller, can issue a certificate to one of our suppliers for all the products that we will buy from them. I don't need approval from the controller, and it's not associated with a specific purchase or a contract. So the current process is way more burdensome to us than the normal process that's been ongoing in the state of Maryland. Vendors are also very accustomed to blanket. I actually got a request yesterday from Salesforce for a blanket MPU, and then I had to explain to them that I couldn't do that I had to issue a separate MPU to them for every single contract, and we have numerous of them that have regular updates throughout the year. As Maryland's an outlier of this, we're just hoping to get in line with the normal practices of Maryland and also other states. This bill continues to require that we provide a fully completed MPU, so it doesn't take away the requirements. We will be still fully accountable. We will remit all of our use tax. We're just looking for some administrative relief here. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 933. My name is Molly Goldman, and I am a senior director in the tax department at Choice Hotels. Choice Hotels International, we're headquartered in North Bethesda, and we're one of the largest lodging franchisors in the world, with over 7,500 hotels in 50 countries and territories. From an administrative perspective, properly allocating the tax based on multiple points of use hinges on issuing a complete and valid MPU certificate. Unfortunately, the current process of obtaining an MPU certificate is unduly cumbersome and presents a significant burden on Choice as we attempt to fully comply with the new law. Most notably, Choice must request authorization from the comptroller to issue an MPU certificate for every transaction on which the digital services tax is imposed. It is also required to establish details of the tax apportionment at the time of authorization. As we are a Maryland headquartered company and transactions involving digital services are seemingly ubiquitous, the number of individual authorizations required is enormous. The administrative burden of clearing these hurdles is further exacerbated by the fact that the MPU certificate must be provided to vendors before or at the time of sale, imposing strict time constraints that place an additional strain on our resources. We support the bill before the committee as it will streamline this process, providing a manageable way for us to comply with the new law. We'd also like to thank the chair and the comptroller's office for your willingness to engage on this subject and your openness to modifications that should prove mutually beneficial. We urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the bill. Thank you all for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none.
Madam Vice Chair,
Yes.
if I may, before we
Please.
close this panel, I'd be remiss if I didn't specifically thank the Comptroller's Office for their work in tandem with us around making sure that we're able to relieve this administrative burden, and to the businesses that brought us a workable solution that we can figure out together. So many thanks to the Chamber and the businesses. Thank you.
Wonderful. So next, we do have a few favorable with amendment. Deborah Gorman, Matthew Dudzik, and Bruce Bariano. Yes. Yep.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, and of course, the Madam Chair and the members of the Ways and Means Committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano on behalf of Choice Hotels. I'll be very brief. I can't even balance my checkbook, so I don't know anything about that. But really, what I have to say is very, very important, seriously. First of all, we are enormously thankful to the chair for putting this bill in. It's very significant. Very respectfully, and I'm not being critical of the legislature, the piece of law that we are talking about, that these companies that are headquartered nationally and internationally in Maryland. The problem is that the law that was passed was put into BRFA. There was never a hearing at all. I'm not being critical. So the legislature did not have the opportunity to really have a hearing and digest and understand the impact to companies like you've heard in front of you, that Maryland is their headquarters, their home, and they're national and international. So unfortunately, problems have occurred, real legitimate business problems. And this bill is just to try to rectify that and make it more manageable. I mean, Choice gratefully decided to stay in Maryland. They got financial support from Montgomery County and the state of Maryland, and they decided to build in Pikes Row up in Montgomery County a new facility. It was dedicated, not dedicated, it was opened and honored, and there was a big celebration by Governor Moore. I mean, Choice decided to stay here. Virginia wanted them badly, and we want to stay here, and we're going to stay here. But unfortunately, this law was passed without understanding the full implications of some of the companies that are in that category. And we are so grateful to the chair for giving us this opportunity to air this and respectfully try to rectify an unintended problem. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon or good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Matt Dudzik, here on behalf of the Comptroller of Maryland. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 933. We are favorable with amendments. Those amendments align with what the chair has discussed in her testimony. You have my written testimony. I know it's been a very long day, so I'll try to keep it brief. But I do really want to thank the bill sponsor, all of the stakeholders, the chamber, working with us so closely on this issue. You know, we've had a lot of really great discussions that started back when we were first implementing MPUs last summer, and that have continued as we've discussed this bill. You know, I think we're very close. We really, really appreciate all the collaboration. You know, just as a bit of background, without MPUs, the way the process works is that if you're headquartered in Maryland, you purchase a taxable good or service that you're using both here and in other states, you're required to pay sales tax on that transaction, and then you have to go and pay use tax in all of those other states. Then you have to request a refund from our office or a reimbursement for the use tax that you paid in those other states. So it's a convoluted process. You know, MPUs make this much simpler both for the business and for the comptroller's office. That said, they are new. This came about in the BRFA, as Mr. Mariano just discussed. They were implemented first in July, on July 1st, so we had a very short turnaround time. We've worked very, very closely with the business community to come up with a process that reduces those burdens without creating issues for vendors or opening the door for fraud. It has been a work in progress, and HB 933 is the next step in that process. It allows us to further refine how we issue MPUs so that larger companies that are making hundreds of these covered purchases don't have to obtain a new certificate on every transaction. You know, these proposed amendments will still allow for blanket certificates, but they also allow our office to maintain some visibility into these transactions and provide some important certainty for the vendors who are being asked to accept these certificates. Again, just want to thank the bill sponsor, thank the chamber, all of the businesses that have helped us get to this point, and we urge a favorable report on House Bill 933.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Deborah Gorman, and I'm the Director of the Legal Division with the Comptroller's Office. I am here today also in support of House Bill 933 with the amendments that Mr. Dudzik just discussed. The MPU certificate process was the common sense solution to Sales and Use Tax Administration, making it efficient for these services that are being purchased for use both inside and outside of Maryland, right? These services being the IT tech services, especially software. And the core process really is working well, but we do agree with the overarching objective of further improving this MPU process by making it more flexible and efficient for both buyers and sellers while still serving the comptroller's need to collect the correct amount of tax due, prevent abuse of the process, and to prevent any tax fraud. Just under 1,000 MPUs have been issued since July 1st from over 500 buyers. And these are businesses that range from some that have issued dozens of certificates, but most have issued just one or two. This is really a win for Maryland businesses, but it's both large and small businesses. It should be easier for all of the businesses, we agree. And the proposed changes will make this process even better. The amendments keep in place the requirement that the buyer be approved by the comptroller to issue MPUs, but again, it would have a 2-year period. It does remove the requirement that the buyer issue a certificate for each separate transaction, and this will drastically cut down on the taxpayer's administrative burden while still providing the comptroller with the information that we need for enforcement. This information allows the comptroller's auditors to better focus the limited audit resources that we have on non-compliant businesses. Finally, I would just say sales and use tax revenue makes up a significant portion of the general fund revenues, and the vendors are performing an essential function in collecting and remitting the tax. They deserve the assurance that is provided by an MPU certificate. So for these reasons, a comptroller's office urges your favorable report on this bill with the amendments proposed. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Any questions for this panel? Seeing none, that concludes our
Thank you very
hearing
much.
on House Bill 933. Thank you. And next up, we have House Bill 880, Delegate Polakovich-Carr. Absolutely.
All right, colleagues, I know it's been a long day. If perhaps we can get the other folks to take their conversations out to the hall so we can continue our bill hearings. Okay, for the record, I'm Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 880. Colleagues, as we all know, our state is facing a $1.5 billion budget deficit. We are going to have to make difficult choices this session in order to balance the budget. And unfortunately, our job is made harder by federal tax changes enacted last year in H.R. 1, aka the Big Ugly Bill, which we've heard a lot about so far today. As documented by the Maryland Bureau of Revenue Estimates, there are several new federal tax policies that will have an especially high cost to our state. As a result, under state law, Maryland is automatically decoupled for these specific provisions for 1 year. This means that these tax breaks don't currently exist in our state, but they will next year if we don't act. This bill would make 2 of these temporary decouplings permanent, thereby saving $173 million in fiscal year 2027. Importantly, passing this bill does not prevent companies from taking the federal tax breaks. It just doesn't provide companies with additional state tax breaks. One of these tax breaks is for private equity firms. H.R. 1 made it cheaper for private equity firms to finance additional acquisitions of businesses. In their quest for short-term profits, private equity firms have eliminated at least 1.3 million jobs nationwide. Maryland has lost more than 2,200 jobs at companies acquired by private equity firms. We've also seen diminished consumer protections. For example, nursing homes in Maryland that are controlled by private equity have significantly higher rates of substantiated complaints compared to other nursing homes. So put more plainly, private equity-owned companies are literally harming the welfare of elderly Marylanders. Additionally, Maryland has seen growth in private equity investments in medical practices, which is directly associated with rising healthcare costs for patients. The new federal tax breaks will allow private equity firms to more cheaply finance company acquisitions, thereby accelerating these harmful dynamics for our residents. We are currently decoupled from this federal tax provision for tax year 2025. Without state action, Maryland will be on the hook for nearly $28 million in FY 2027 for these new state tax breaks for private equity firms. Notably, 20 other states are not offering this specific tax break, including our neighbors in Virginia, DC, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. Moving on to the second provision in the bill. H.R. 1 allows businesses to deduct 100% of the cost of constructing a new manufacturing or production facility in the first year of use. This is a significant departure from past tax norms. Generally, only machinery and equipment could get an immediate tax write-off because of its shorter useful life. Conversely, a building has a long useful life, so the company had to spread the write-off out over many years. Let me be clear, we want more manufacturing in Maryland. But piggybacking on this federal tax break is not the solution. First, there is no legal way to limit the tax break to manufacturers in our state. Second, not all manufacturers will qualify for this tax break. It applies to businesses that own their own facility that is newly constructed. A manufacturer that leases their premises doesn't qualify. I'm going to give you an example from my district. There's a manufacturing business that was established in late 2024. It's a woman-owned, minority-owned business that's created 80 jobs in the last year and a half. And this business leases their 12,000 square foot production facility in an existing building. So they aren't eligible for the tax break. You know who would be eligible? A company that is headquartered in Maryland but decides to build a manufacturing facility in another state. I'm serious about that. If we don't decouple, we will be giving away money for economic development in other states. We don't have $150 million for this particular provision to subsidize the creation of jobs outside of Maryland. Maryland is currently decoupled from this provision of federal law, so the state tax break doesn't exist yet. Governor Moore recommended in his budget proposal that we permanently decouple. Notably, decoupling won't prevent these companies from taking the federal tax write-off in the first year, and in Maryland, they would still be able to take the deduction over time, as they always have been able to. The difference is the timing of when those write-offs hit the state's revenues. Taking a $150 million hit in a year when we have a $1.5 billion budget deficit is not ideal. It's for that reason that 8 other states have already acted on this federal tax provision, including our neighbors in Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and DC. In conclusion, HB 880 takes the fiscally prudent step of saying no thanks to 2 costly federal tax changes that we simply can't afford right now. We already have an uphill challenge in balancing the state budget and in meeting the growing needs of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wilkins, members of the committee. I'm Christopher Meyer from the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of House Bill 880. As I said earlier today, this committee will very soon have to choose between significant new revenue and severe budget cuts and H.R. 1 major jobs harder. I want to commend Governor Moore for taking limited steps to mitigate the revenue losses from that law, which overlap with provisions in House Bill 880. But we can and should do more. Simply by maintaining the status quo, House Bill 880 would avert over $600 million in revenue losses cumulatively over 5 years. That includes $117 million over and above the decoupling measures in the governor's budget. This bill will make Maryland's tax code fairer. H.R. 1's massive, unbalanced individual and corporate tax cuts will overwhelmingly benefit a small number of wealthy, overwhelmingly white individuals while hurting working families of all backgrounds. This bill would modestly push back on that. It's also the right choice for Maryland's economy. I said earlier that taxes aren't the main driver of families' location decisions. The same is true of businesses. When you ask business leaders how they make these decisions, they name factors like access to skilled labor, responsive government, and quality of life, all of which depend on sufficient public investment. Taxes are on the list, but always much lower down. An effective tax code is essential if we want to make Maryland an attractive place to do business. As Governor Moore said, Congress doesn't make Maryland's tax policy. You do. I'm respectfully asking you to maintain the status quo and protect essential services like education and childcare by making a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, SEIU Local 500 represents thousands of public service and education workers who see firsthand the consequences of chronic underinvestment in our public services. Underinvestment that's driven in part by a tax system that allows large corporations to avoid paying what they owe. House Bill 880 directly addresses this imbalance by preventing Maryland from automatically adopting federal tax loopholes that overwhelmingly benefit wealthy corporations and large business interests. Recent federal changes to depreciation and business interest deductions have enabled corporations to aggressively shelter their profits, often paying little or nothing in state income taxes despite record earnings. These loopholes do not create shared prosperity. Instead, they drain revenue from classrooms, public colleges, transportation systems, and essential services that force working families and our public employees to pick up the tab. This bill sends a clear message. Maryland will not subsidize corporate tax avoidance at the expense of its residents. By decoupling from these federal giveaways, the state affirms a basic principle of fairness. Those who profit the most from our economy must contribute their fair share to sustain it. At a time when our public institutions are stretched thin and workers are being asked to do more with less, Maryland cannot afford to leave revenue on the table for the benefit of a few, and this bill is a necessary and responsible step towards a tax system that works for everyone.
Greetings, Chair Wilkins, Vice Chair Feldman, and members of the committee. My name is LaMonica Jones, and I serve as the Director of Maryland Hunger Solutions. We are a statewide, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization working to end hunger, improve nutrition, and promote the well-being of all Marylanders. Thank you, for the opportunity to provide testimony about the growing needs, as well as the need to preserve our state revenue to address these needs. First, I'd like to underscore that tax policy is not neutral. They reflect priorities and have real consequences for different groups of people. It reflects our values. It determines whether working families are supported in times of rising costs or whether they are left to stretch already fragile household budgets even further. More than 660,000 Marylanders rely on SNAP each month. This includes over 250,000 children and 136,000 older adults 60 and over. SNAP also brings in an estimated $1.5 billion into Maryland's economy annually. These dollars flow directly into local grocery stores and communities. However, accessing those federal funds depends on the state's investments in eligibility systems, administration, and infrastructure. Across Maryland, communities are experiencing growing and increasing complex needs. Families are navigating these rising costs, escalating housing expenses, higher utility bills, child care costs, all of which continue to outpace wages. At the same time, changes in federal eligibility rules and administrative requirements for SNAP are creating new uncertainty for households that already struggle to maintain food security. But meeting that growing need depends on something very concrete: the state's ability to generate and sustain revenue. Our state revenue directly funds the systems that prevent deeper crises: SNAP, school meals, housing stabilization, workforce development, child care subsidies, and behavioral health services all depend on sustained and predictable state funding. Without adequate revenue, the state could face difficult trade-offs between funding these core human needs programs and other priorities. Decoupling can help avoid cuts that would otherwise deepen food insecurity and economic stability. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much to this panel. I see a question from Delegate Buckle.
I just had a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify with Delegate Pelagievich-Carr, so the bill decouples in two ways. One of them, the governor's already decoupled, correct?
Well, proposed in his budget, yes.
The BRFA essentially builds those numbers into the budget, and that's the 168N qualified production property,
Correct.
Right? So that's already built into our budget, and from the fiscal analysis, that's the overwhelming amount of the tax effect of the bill. I mean, their estimate, that's 150.9, so we don't need that money to come back in. That's already in the governor's budget, assuming that we're going to get that money because he's already decoupled us.
Well, assuming that our colleagues in the Appropriations Committee and in Budget and Tax agree to keep it in.
Right. We still get to vote on the BRFA too, I thought, at least.
Well,
Hopefully.
we do, but we don't
get to
shape
vote
it
on the BRFA
to the
too.
same extent.
And then the other one is the net business interest expense limitation, the 163J. Governor Moore has elected, his proposal was to keep us in line with federal law on that part of it, right?
Yes.
And that has a smaller impact, 20-some million, yeah. 28 million now, and then fades down a little, stays in the 20 million. The business community seems to have expressed a lot that that net interest exemption, that keeping that together, also, you know, in looking at some of the letters from the Department of Budget and Management too, they suggest that that'll create some administrative difficulties because people will now be having to file two separate sort of returns for what is and what is not deductible between the federal and state. Do you have a problem if we basically elect to just stay with Governor Moore's proposal, his BRFA budget proposal? The only element of your bill that then would matter would be that net interest deduction. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, I would say in a year like this, with the deficit as big as it is at the state level, that 28 million is still very meaningful in terms of what we can do for other programs. So I would not agree with your premise there.
Okay, but if we took the BRFA, then the vast majority of the net impact of your bill is already assumed in that.
Right, that is right, yes. The interest provision, we're talking about $28 million.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Merrick North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I found it alarming that you said that there's some companies that are be based in Maryland, but can also, I guess, get a property, something like that, in another state, if we don't pass this type of legislation. Can you say more about, just to clarify that with this bill, we're making sure that Maryland is going to benefit from the taxes with activity truly tied to what's being done in Maryland. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have the right of it there. For the manufacturing provision, we don't have a way where we could legally say, we want to stay coupled to the federal government, but we could only give this to manufacturers that are creating facilities here in the state. I'm not a lawyer, but I've been told that that would violate the Interstate Commerce Clause.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but are there other states that are trying to address this particular problem? Like what's, for instance, Virginia being working on in terms of economic development? Can you share what our neighbor jurisdictions are doing with this?
Yes, actually, Virginia, but Pennsylvania, Delaware, and DC have all decoupled from that particular provision.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Feldmark, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the bill. I just wanted to clarify, this is on the business interest deduction piece, because we did receive a fair amount of testimony about that. But it seemed like some of the testimony seemed to be assuming that all business interest deductions would be going away, and that's not my understanding. Can you clarify exactly how that would work?
Thank you for that. And I did actually reach out to all of the entities that submitted written opposition testimony to just kind of clarify what the scope of the bill is. So the bill would just decouple from what was in HR 1. So notably, that is not all business interest deduction. So to the extent that, say, a business takes out a loan from the bank and then right now is able to write off their interest payments on that loan, they can absolutely continue to do this. Most of the provisions that were in HR 1 were specific to private equity firms and rather large ones that have tens of millions of dollars of sales.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other questions for this panel? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. I believe that we've heard from all the witnesses on this bill. We will end the hearing now on House Bill 880. Delegate Polakovich-Carr, next up, House Bill 1197.
And actually, Madam Chair, would it be okay if I took HB 1297 next? Because 1197 actually I don't think has any witnesses signed up on it.
Sure, no problem. House Bill 1297.
Great. So good evening again. For the record, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 1297. This bill would provide some relief to Marylanders who are caught in the wake of a student federal loan crisis that's playing out at the federal level. By way of background, in 2017, the General Assembly enacted Maryland's Student Loan Debt Relief Tax Credit. The state tax credit was designed to help borrowers make meaningful progress on paying down their student debt, and more than 40,000 residents have been helped to date. However, some borrowers are now facing issues with using the state tax credit because of ongoing problems at the federal level. For one, the U.S. Department of Education is sitting on a backlog of more than 800,000 applications for an income-based student loan repayment plan. Some applicants have waited for more than a year for their application to be processed. Additionally, millions of borrowers were forced into forbearance while litigation drags on over a different federal student loan repayment program. For these borrowers, their lender may have temporarily paused their loan payments. And third, the federal government's newest loan repayment plan has made it mathematically impossible for some borrowers to spend down their their Maryland tax credit within the required time frame. And if you found all that confusing, just imagine how our Maryland residents are doing who are trying to navigate this mess. This bill would make two changes to our state student loan repayment tax credit to provide more flexibility to borrowers who are caught up in this complex and evolving federal situation. And to understand these changes, let me just walk through how our state credit currently works. Under current state law, a Marylander who has college debt can apply for a state tax credit to help pay down their student loan. If approved, the borrower must use the full tax credit within 3 years. If they fail to use the full amount of the tax credit within that time frame, they must repay the entire amount, not just the unused portion. For example, say a borrower receives a $1,000 tax credit and uses $950 of it towards their student debt. But because they're stuck in federal forbearance and their lender is not currently accepting loan payments, they can't use the remaining $50. Under current state law, the borrower would owe the state the full $1,000. Under the bill, the recapture rule would be changed from an all-or-nothing clawback to a prorated model. Borrowers would only repay what they do not use. So in that example I just gave, the borrower would only have to pay back $50 instead of $1,000. The bill also gives the Maryland Higher Education Commission the authority to extend the spend-down period for borrowers caught in one of the aforementioned federal student loan messes. This will give Marylanders time to use their tax credit before they lose it. The bottom line is that borrowers should not be punished for circumstances that are entirely outside their control. This bill simply ensures that Marylanders' student loan tax credit does not place additional burdens on Marylanders who are already struggling through federal disorder for their loan repayment program. Thank you.
Christopher Cano, Political Director, SEIU Local 500. You know, as I was trying to develop what I was going to say to you all folks today, I just thought it made more sense for me to talk about what I'm going through personally right now. As a graduate with now up to over $300,000+ of student loan debt, which is not what I originally pulled out, it's just mind-boggling to think that my son, who's going to be 2 years old this year, I can't buy him a house or a yard to play in. And this is the reality that so many of our members face, that so many of your constituents are going through right now when it comes to the student loan bubble that is getting ready to pop in this country. More and more people are going into default every day. Mohila called me and said, yeah, your loans are 90 days past due. I was like, I thought the Dow was 50K. Thought y'all could get it. I thought Jesus paid it all. I don't know how we're going to, as a country, make good on the American dream for millennials. But this is a modest first step that you all can do that ensure that Maryland law doesn't penalize people for administrative and bureaucratic issues that, as the delegate's own example pointed out, that people are going to be on the hook for $1,000 just because they didn't get to use $50 of their student loan tax credit. So, you know, I'm asking you on behalf of the educators of SEIU Local 500 who earn modest salaries, oftentimes compared to the advanced level of education they're required to have for their jobs. This credit represents real relief, and these changes can make the difference between staying in public service or trying to leave to look for higher paying work in the private sector. And if Maryland is serious about recruiting and retaining the best talented public workers in education and public service, we must ensure that programs like the student loan debt tax relief credit function fairly and predictively. No one should be punished for pursuing their education or for choosing a career in public service, and we need to make sure the laws work for the people.
Thank you so much. Any questions on this bill? I'm looking around the entire room. Delegate Coley.
Delegate, I saw the MAC and MICUA letters in favorable. Was there any reason why MHEC did not submit a letter?
You know, I have been in communication with them, and they did provide information. I'm not sure why they didn't actually weigh in, but they have been involved in the development of this legislation to make sure it was going to work for them and work from a technical perspective. But we'll circle back, and certainly if we get something official from them, we'll let you know.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1297. Final bill of the day, House Bill 1197.
All right, thank you, colleagues, for your patience. Again, for the record, Delegate Julie Polakovich-Carr here to present House Bill 1197. This bill clarifies legislation I sponsored in the 2021 session, which the General Assembly enacted, that established a whistleblower reward program to incentivize whistleblowers who help the state to detect tax fraud. Although the vast majority of taxpayers comply with state tax laws, those who don't starve the state of needed revenues and ultimately shift the tax burden onto those who play by the rules. Maryland's whistleblower reward program has yielded positive returns, with $2.7 million in taxes, interest, and penalties being assessed to date. These financial returns are in spite of the program being used very judiciously, with no more than 48 cases reported in any single year by whistleblowers. I've been monitoring the implementation of this program. Unfortunately, the Comptroller's Office has rejected multiple whistleblower claims. Their reason, because the allegations are about taxes outside of the Tax General article. I actually believe that these denials contradict the plain text of the law, which clearly states that whistleblowers who provide information resulting in successful in a successful outcome against a taxpayer in a related action are covered by the program and the law. Moreover, I believe the legislative intent was clear, that all state taxes are part of the whistleblower program. And I base that last statement on the bill drafting request I submitted back in 2021 and the subsequent bill hearing and floor debate on that legislation. In no instance was it said that the program would be limited to just income taxes or other taxes that are part of the tax general article. This bill will ensure that the whistleblower reward program is implemented as the legislature originally intended by covering all types of taxes owed to and collected by the state. I don't view this as an expansion or something new. It's simply fulfilling the original intent of the 2021 law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate, for bringing this important bill. Any questions on House Bill 1297? Seeing no questions, that ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1297, colleagues, and that ends the bill hearings for the day. We will not hold a voting session this evening. Please stay tuned for the scheduled time for our next voting session. Tomorrow, please be reminded that we have a very important briefing on responsible gaming at 12 p.m. after floor. So we'll be back here at 12 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for the great. We're not voting tomorrow, since I know a few people may be out. Although maybe if we held a vote, some things could be switched around. I'm just kidding. We won't be we won't be voting tomorrow, but please stay tuned. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.